Okay, Israel. Hope everybody is doing well today. We're back at it again. Shout out Kamakab and his congregation in Guatemala and the brothers and sisters that they teach and work with from Cali all the way to Georgia. Hope everybody's doing well. Yatazah Shalom also. Also SW family, Zakia in Virginia, Yatazah, SW Houston, and Zion, SW Rochester. I hope your brothers and sisters and just the camps in general are sustaining and fighting and pushing and embracing that daily sacrifice and that daily responsibility that we all have to undertake. I'm going to sit back here and give the Most High his praise, send his prayers up, and get going in class. So, imagine. Right there, how about Shimmy Al-Shad? Right there, how about Shimmy Al-Shad? How nothing to know. Award. Tell you what? The water. Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us light this day. Thank you, so be it.
Right there, how about Shimmy Al-Shad?
Right there, how about Shimmy Al-Shad?
Nothing to know. Raya. The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us sweet favor. Thank you, so be it.
Imagine Panya Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Right there, how about Shimmy Al-Shad?
Right there, how about Shimmy Al-Shad?
Shabbat. Shalom. The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the Sabbath and peace. Thank you, so be it.
Psalm 121. Anasha. Ayam. Oh. Maharia. Ma'aya. Yabu'a. Isaiah. Yabu'a. Jehovah. Sha'isha. Shemayim. Wa'araniza. La'a. Yadatan. Lamu'a. Regalia. Gala'ah. Nawam. Shashin Roya. Mana. Gala'ah. Nawam. Wala'ah. Yishad. Sexual word. Yahweh, Shemariah, Yahweh, Cesaria, Ayah, Yah, Hashemash, Yala'ah, Hakayah, Bayawam, Wala'ah, Halabana, Balayala, Yahweh, Yashemariah, Kol, Rad, Yashemar, Pasha, Yahweh, Yashemar, Hawalaki, I will love.
Aman. Psalms 151 in English. I will lift up mine eyes into the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from Yahweh, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Yashalom shall neither slumber nor sleep. Yahweh is thy keeper. Yahweh is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. Yahweh shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. Yahweh shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth, and even forevermore. Aman.
Israelite credo. Shemaya Shalom.
Shemaya Shalom.
Yahweh. Yahweh. Shemaya Shalom.
Shemaya Shalom.
Shemaya Shalom.
Deuteronomy chapter 6 verse 4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our power is one Lord.
Lord's Prayer. Abanawo. Shemaya.
Prophesy what? Of old. That will shine out. Hayam.
Matthew chapter 6, verse 9. Lord's Prayer in English. After this manner, therefore, pray ye, Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debt, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen. Ten Commandments. La'ayahaya.
Thou shalt know other powers before me.
Two.
Thou shalt not make to thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number three.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Number four.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Five.
Honor thy father.
Six.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Seven.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number eight.
You shall not steal.
Number nine.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
10.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor. Birthday, how about some young shot? Nothing at all.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Israel, Yeshabim. Okay, once again, Shalom Israel. Hope everybody's doing well today. I'm just typing this in. Yeah, hope everybody's Tawab. We're gonna get going. Damn, it's moving a little bit. Let me sit back here and try. See how it's tilted. We'll just live with it. I think it's slightly tilted off center a little bit, the image. But we're gonna get back into our class from last week. First Maccabees chapter 12 is what we started. 12 and 1. We're not gonna focus on the wisdom process and the process that Jonathan went through to gain wisdom. We're just gonna continue on with the story and kind of get established. What we were reading before was that Jonathan was fighting wars. It was a constant struggle, fighting wars, gaining alliances, fighting wars, gaining alliances. The Greek Empire is declining steadily. And Jonathan is trying to navigate through this steady decline of the empire while making sure that Israel and Jerusalem is considered and taken care of. And what he had done when he started, the soldiers were demoralized. They really had no army. Once the death of Judas kind of established happened, the warriors that were still there, which were around 2,000, they faded out, went their separate ways. The Most High set up scenarios where they were forced to come back together, pushed to the brink of being destroyed. Then the alliance started kicking in, and Moses started showing his favor. Then there was a series of wars and political movements that established ourselves in the realm and established a foothold in the realm by having the leadership gain military advantages and military alliances. So now we're here Jonathan has reestablished himself in the region as having the top military. He has an allegiance with Trypho and the younger Antiochus VI. So now they're moving forward. The wars have subsided for a bit. They were fighting Demetrius II. His group is on the run. Now he's heading back to Jerusalem to try to get all his ducks in a row and reestablish his region or his country as much as possible. So let's go to 1 Maccabees 12:1. All right, let's get started. Matter of fact, we have to switch it.
Correct. Shah Shabbatah, Bana Shah, Bana Shalom.
Right.
Shah Shabbatah,
Bana Shah, Bana Shah. What? Bro, Yahweh Shem Yasharakatah.
Yahweh Hashem Yasharakatam. First Maccabees, chapter 12, and verse 1. Now when Jonathan saw that the time served him, he chose certain men and sent them to Rome to confirm and renew the friendship that they had with them.
Listen, the beautiful thing about Jonathan, he said as soon as he got time, did he get comfortable?
No.
Well, and I say that because when things get when things stabilize in our life, what is our tendency? To exhale, to relax, to like enjoy the moment, to enjoy the situation and see the sun. We want to sit back here and enjoy what's in front of us instead of continuing to work in preparation for might be waiting for us down the line. And for leaders, that is so important. A leader cannot just be so caught up in the moment that he forgets and he's not considerate of what's in front of him. There's a scripture, a wise man seeth the evil and hideth himself. Where's that verse? It's in Proverbs. It's prepping. Hide it would be probably the quickest way to get there. Proverbs 22:3. Let's do 22:3 and see what that says first. Proverbs 22:3. Let me get there. Yes.
Proverbs chapter 22 and verse 3. A prudent man perceiveth the evil and hideth himself.
Listen, a prudent man, a person with wisdom, understands that every couple years there's instability in this region. There's a constant influx of kings. If you can get those Josephus out and get them ready for anybody else who's coming in. But there is a constant influx of leaders. Antiochus VI, Demetrius II, Demetrius I. It's just this constant like carousel. And a wise man is like, okay, these Greeks are looking weak. These Romans are working their way eastward. It's best to hedge our bets and maintain alliances on both ends. I'm not going to take away the class, but this is exactly what the Saudis are doing. The Saudis right now, on one end, are begging Trump to go ahead and put boots on the ground and invade Iran. So they're sitting back here and saying, we need you to invade Iran to get rid of this Iranian problem. And on the flip side, they're doing deals with China, doing economic bargains and deals with China to make sure they don't burn that bridge with China. But how can China not realize it's a game? I want Iran to fall. But if Iran falls, China gets hurt.
But they're dependent on their oil.
But that's the point. But the Saudis are like, I can't burn the bridge with China, because deep down they're realizing that the United States is going to burn Saudi Arabia. I don't know if you've been watching online. You know, the United States' real plot in this whole situation. People want to think that the United States is trying to fight this terror organization of Iran. What they're really doing, their true motives, is to wipe out China. They already wiped out 1/3 of China's oil purchasing power and taken out Venezuela. The next domino to fall is to take out Iran. They have been in the midst of trying to destroy a lot of Russian oil production facilities with the use of drone attacks by the Ukrainians. That's the other third of the oil production that China purchases from. So China's purchasing from Venezuela, Iran, and Russia. If I weaken Russia and I eliminate Iranian oil, who is the only other country on earth? Oh, not to mention, in the midst of us destroying Iran, what did Iran promise was going to happen if the United States continues to blow up their oil production facilities and blow up their infrastructure? What did the Iranians promise?
They're going to blow up strategic plants in Israel.
And what else?
And the demonic.
What else?
The nuclear plant.
What else?
And so,
And Saudi. No. They're going to take out all the UAE, Saudi, Riyadh, all those countries in the Saudi Arabian region, all those countries. They're going to blow up all of their oil processing companies too, and their plants. So, if Iran destroys all of Saudi Arabia's oil supply, not the oil underground, but the facilities needed to create and pump out the oil and process the oil, if they blow it up, then one, there's no need for the Strait of Hormuz in the first place. But two, who gains one way or the other? Who wins? The United States wins. So say, for instance, the United States destroys all of Iranians' ability to produce oil for a couple years. Same thing for the Saudi Arabian region. Now everybody has to go to the U.S. for oil and LNG. So that means the United States gets richer and they create their own form of the petrol now. So the United States is one to cut off the Saudi Arabian and the Iranian, as long as China folds and capitulates China. China capitulates the United States. So this is still about economic warfare and the fight and the race to control the oil. So if I blow up all the Saudi Arabian oil plants and scenarios and the desalination plants, cool. We don't care. It actually benefits the United States. So this is what's really happening. And the Saudis know that. So the Saudis are like, okay, if this goes sideways, we still have to have some kind of connections with these Chinese. They have to double deal for their survival. So this is what Jonathan is doing back in the day. He has an alliance with Trypho and Antiochus VI. But I got to hedge my bets and maintain this relationship with the Romans, because if not, we might need these Romans to come help. So with that being the case, read verse 3 of Proverbs 22 again.
Proverbs chapter 22 and verse 3. A prudent man foreseeth the evil.
Jonathan sees that these Greeks could turn on him at any moment. Read on.
And hideth himself.
So he has to protect not just himself, but his nation. So Jonathan has to do what he has to do. He knows, listen, you can't be so detached from reality that you think, yeah, I'm just a superpower, because Israel was not superpower. We were vassals at this position. So if I'm a vassal, I have to align myself with a country that will respect our sovereignty and buy us time. And this is what's happening with Jonathan. He sees the danger ahead and he's constantly being active and proactive to protect his region and politically align himself for the protection of his nation. Now, continue.
It says, but the simple pass on and are punished.
The simple don't think ahead. The simple live their life just reactionary. Everything that happens, they're just reacting to it. Something bad happens. Oh, there's spirits going on. I think we know that kind of story. Yeah. There's always spirits, or it's a lack of preparation. And all these spirits are attacking us at the same time. Maybe you've been slothful for years, and then the air quote spirits hit you. Which one is more of a realistic notion? The greater realistic notion is the fact that we're slothful, we don't think ahead, we don't do our due diligence and prepare ahead, and then we get stung on the backside. So he says the simple just live their life and smile and enjoy sunsets and sunrises. Don't make any plans to protect yourself from what might be the danger ahead of time. But this situation, when you're preparing yourself for the danger that lies ahead, what are you also doing? In order to do that, in order to prepare yourself and be prudent, what does it mean to do that? What do you have to be? What mentality do you have to prepare yourself for the future? Does anybody know? Yes, what else?
Urgency and fear.
Mm-hmm. What else?
Awareness.
What else?
Proactive.
Proactive. Yep, but what else? All that's true, but there's something I'm looking for in it. You really can't get comfortable. You can't be comfortable. Because if you're constantly looking downhill, can you really all the way enjoy the moment? Not really. Because you have to plan downhill. So you can't get so caught up in what's in front of you that you don't think downhill and prepare yourself accordingly. That is what leadership is all about. Because if you get too caught up in the moment, the future will punch you in the face. So there has to be some seriousness that you're able to maintain downhill. Because of this situation, you can't control the future. So you're not thinking ahead to control the future. You're thinking ahead to put yourself in the best position possible to adapt with what happens to you. Have you ever been in your life, don't plan anything at all, and it's like the sky is falling if you don't plan. But if you plan a little bit, then things still come out of nowhere.
But it's more steady.
It's more of a controllable issue to fix. It's almost like in your spiritual life. When you don't study, when you don't practice to fix multiple issues in your spirit, there comes a point in your life where that bill becomes due, day of. But if you haven't studied, you haven't practiced your outlook, you haven't practiced your communication, you haven't practiced filtering out your thoughts, and all of this stuff starts to stack up in one time, and then that feeling of what happened. I'm overwhelmed, I'm stressed, I can't do this, this is too much. I don't know if I have enough in the tank to get through my battle. But why does that happen? Because people neglect fighting their battle every day. Then they look up down the line and, oh man, I just got slapped in my face about all these issues that got to get fixed at one time.
It's too much.
It is very important to stay ahead and foresee the evil and fix the things you got to fix, so that you can mitigate as much of the changing currents of life that happens to you. Does that make sense? Okay. So let that go. But the simple, they'll just go live life and just smile and do what they got to do. And then all of a sudden, when change has to come at one time, you can't handle it. And a lot of people leave after that. So what's the better play?
Walk circumspectly.
The circumspect way, the wise way, the grinding approach every day? Or just I got to do all got to live this extreme life, these extreme highs and lows. A lot of people can't spiritually sustain that way. When everything is, I'm on the up, or I'm on the down, I'm on the up, and on the down, it's very hard to mitigate. So the wise way is to think ahead, stay ahead of yourself, and keep work. That's why even Christ or Paul said we're supposed to be forward of what?
A year ago.
A year ago. We're supposed to be ahead of our projected spiritual endeavors. We're supposed to be ahead of what's happening with our business, try to be ahead of what's going on with your spirit. If not, you're going to be in this reactionary, panicked, frantic state all the time.
That mindset is called devil may care mindset. Which it's a term.
Devil may care.
Yeah, it's called devil may care. It's a casual term for reckless, cheerfully irresponsible.
Devil may care.
Yeah, devil may care. Like
Video game.
Devil may cry is a
Oh,
good.
yeah.
Not devil may care.
It sounds similar, but it's called devil may care. Mean like
The devil, I don't give a damn.
I don't give a damn. He might. I don't.
The devil does what you do. What I mean is the devil is the one that don't care.
Well,
The spiritual man cares.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying the person that with that devil may care mindset, it says is reckless, cheerfully irresponsible, carefree attitude, where a person acts without concern or consequence, risk or serious situations. Then it says nonchalant, irresponsible.
But the problem is people are nonchalant that value the good time over the preparations for stability.
Yeah.
I'm going to say it again. If you want stability, that means it's a daily level of discomfort. There's a daily level of discomfort required for stability versus all the ups and downs we have and we go through to try to establish some type of stability. Anyway, so this is what Jonathan is doing. He's trying to set up and prepare a stable life for his people and to project protection down the line. So let Proverbs go and go back to First Maccabees 12 and verse 2.
First Maccabees chapter 12 and verse 2. He sent letters also to Lacedonia.
He said he sent letters to the Lacedemonians. Read on.
And to other places for the same purpose.
So what he's doing is he's reestablishing alliances in case he needs help in war. Because he knows if these Greeks turn on him, he's going to have to reach out and get more numbers. So let me sit back here and reestablish our friendship with the Romans and our Israelite allies, which are the Lacedemonians. We're going to go into these Lacedemonians in a little bit, but the Lacedemonians are Israelites who are from Greece. Southern Greece, to be specific, the southern region of Greece. Okay, so throughout history, Judas established relationships initially with them because through the history books, the Greeks, the southern Greeks, knew they were Israelites, knew they were the sons of Abraham. We understood it in Jerusalem, so it's a natural fit to protect one another. So he's writing letters to the Romans and the Greeks of the south, which were our people, but they called themselves what? Greeks. Okay, so let's keep going.
Verse 3. So they went unto Rome and entered into the Senate and said, Jonathan the high priest and the people of the Jews sent us unto you to the end ye should renew the friendship which ye had with them and leave as in the former time.
Okay, so once again, the former time was when Judas heard about the fame of the Romans and how the Romans were gaining power and in Europe, working their way from Rome, taking out the Greeks, working their way west, taking out the people of France and Spain, which were Israelites too, working south to northern Africa, gaining leverage in Egypt, doing deals with the Egyptians and and were gaining the crops and the wheat of Egypt in return for protection of the Egyptians. And they're sitting back here. They heard about their fame. Judah set up relationships with them. Jonathan is now re-engineering and maintaining those relations also. Read on.
God says, upon this, the Romans gave them letters unto the governors of every place, that they should bring them into the land of Judea peaceably.
So listen, Romans sat back here and responded with them peaceably saying, hey, we got your back too. We have no problems doing deals with you guys. As long as you protect our interests, we'll sit back here and protect your interests. You scratch my back, I scratch yours. That was pretty much the vein of what's happening. Trying to get real quick to let's continue. That's all I want to say on that part so far. Let's continue in verse 5.
And this is the copy of the letters which Jonathan wrote to the Lacedemonians. Jonathan the high priest and the elders of the nation and the priests and the other people of the Jews unto the Lacedemonians, their brethren, send greetings. There were letters sent in times past unto Onias the high priest from Darius, who reigned then among you.
So once again, even before Judas, there was Onias the third was in communication with the Lacedemonian leader Darius, and they started establishing their relationship even before Judas. Read on.
To signify that ye are our brethren, as the copy here underwritten doth specify. At which time Onias entreated the ambassador that was sent honorably and received the letters, wherein declaration was made of the league and friendship.
Listen, just so we can quickly go over this, the Lacedemonians were going to kind of go over this region real quick. There, I think this is the map. You sit back here and look at this map. Well, this isn't, okay. This is the very southern part of Greece. Okay, this is like ancient Greece. Ancient Greece. Let me show another map of Greece. Okay. No, that's not the Greece I'm looking. Well, listen. I don't want to say take my word for it, but if you see the let me just type it up real quick. I'm just gonna say Greece map because I want to kind of show you the whole country, and then it's easier to explain how what area that the Lacedemonians. I think this picture works. There we go. This works. Okay, do you see Greece? It's on the map. Okay. Now, this country, you see Greece is kind of broken up in two parts, like the north and the south. The north is where a lot of your Edomites had jurisdiction. The south, it kind of has this, it's branched off in this like southern big island. And it's referred to as the Peloponnesians. Okay, the words are very jumbled up, or maybe it's my bad eyes. But the southern part of Greece is where the Lacedemonians reigned. So you had your north and your south. It's very similar to history books that talk about ancient Britain. The north was Edomites and the south was Israel. Okay. A lot of times in ancient Europe, there were these separations of regions. Okay. So as long as you can see Greece up north, but the south is Greece also. So with that being the case, look at those little legs of the southern part. It's like the southern part of Greece like has these two legs at the base of it. Keep that in mind when we're going into the next image. Now we can go back. I need to show the original map. So now you see we still see those two legs now, right?
Like Athens and stuff like that.
Well, when you saw the original map, you just switch it up. Yeah, you had the top and you had the bottom. The base had those two legs. Now we're back on the next picture, and you see Lacedemonian. Okay, so the southern part of Greece was where the Lacedemonians had their reign. The Lacedemonians were Israel. Okay, now with this being the case, there is some documentation. This is just on basic Wikipedia, but the Lacedemonian dynasty, before they were Lacedemonians, they were also known as the Mycenaeans. They were known as the Ionians. It wasn't just the Lacedemonians. Ancient Greece had our people. We had different names for our people. The Ionians, the Mycenaeans, let me see. Corinth was there also. What? Don't go there. The Dorians. You had a bunch of different names for those particular Achaeans. All these names are different groups of the Lacedemonians that ran or lived in southern Greece. Okay? And their names evolved over time in history. If you look at this map, this is the Mycenaean period. This is early prehistoric Greece. Where are the Mycenaean people? The majority of their land is in southern Greece. The Mycenaeans, they used to be called Mycenaeans. Then they later on were called the what? The Lacedemonians. Then you got now we get more specific over the years. The pink is literally where they were named the Spartans. See, the names keep changing, but the people are the same, and the people of that region are the same. Now, this is that same southern Greece. And the dark one is Sparta. Then you have the lighter shades of pink. It's still different groups in the region that are connected to the Spartans or the Lacedemonians. Why is that important? Then you sit back here, and like Shamshawan said, top right-hand corner is Corinth.
Yeah.
Now you see Corinth because who do you think? Why do you think Paul was teaching the Corinthians? Why do you think Paul was doing all these expeditionary locations in Crete? We were in Crete also. We were in all these locations, and all of us who didn't know who we were needed a chance to learn Christ. There were different groups of us. There were Israelites who called themselves Spartans. There were Israelites who knew who they were that were in the synagogue. Then you had the people that followed Paul who were following Christ. It was all these different splintered groups in the region. All I'm saying is that this whole southern group or this southern Greece was our people. And it wasn't like the movie Troy. It was Brad Pitt and a bunch of white boys out here fighting each other out of power. It was a bunch of warring city-states. Some were white, some were black. But they were all Greek and they all spoke the same language. It's important to understand that because all throughout history was the same dynamic. You had Edomite groups, you had Israelite groups fighting and warring for power. But our centralized location was southern Greece. Okay? Any questions on that? Okay. So this is why Jonathan, you see how large of a group that was. And it would be advantageous for Jonathan to sit back and write letters, send communication, so he can make sure Israel is looked after and considered with a large group of Israelites, whether they know all the details and the knowledge or not. You need bodies, you need fighters. So, with that being the case, let's continue and go back to 1 Maccabees 12 and let's go to verse 7 again.
Okay. First Maccabees chapter 12 and verse 7. There were letters sent in times past unto Onias the high priest from Darius, who reigned then among you, to signify that ye are our brethren, as the copy here underwritten doth specify. At which time Onias entreated the ambassador that was sent honorably and received the letters, wherein declaration was made of the league and friendship. Therefore, we also, albeit we need none of these things, for that we have the holy books of Scripture in our hands to comfort us, have nevertheless attempted to send unto you for the renewing of brotherhood and friendship, lest we should become strangers unto you altogether. For there is a long time past.
Matter of fact, I want to go back to verse 9.
Verse 9. Therefore, we also, albeit we need none of these things, for that we have the holy books.
Now read verse 8.
Verse 8. At which time Onias entreated the ambassador that was sent honorably and received the letters, wherein declaration was made of the league and friendship.
So the letters is what let the Lacedemonians and the Jews in Jerusalem confirm that they're brothers. But what Jonathan is saying is that we don't need letters to confirm and to comfort us. We have the scriptures. We have the scriptures to know that whether I'm in Greece, or whether I'm in Jerusalem, or I'm in Egypt, we're going through the same struggle together, and we're fighting our battle together. Okay? Read on.
It says, at that time, no, it says, at which time Onias entreated the ambassador that was sent honorably and received the letters, wherein declaration was made of the league and friendship. Therefore, we also, albeit we need none of these things, for that we have the holy books of Scripture in our hands to comfort us.
That also meant the Lacedemonians had access to the Bible, at least at that time, that we have the scriptures to comfort us. It's very important. And I'm not trying to veer the class up too much, but does the Bible really comfort you? Do the scriptures really comfort you? When things are bad, when things aren't going your way, when you're experiencing loss, when you're suffering, when you're hurting, do the scriptures bring you peace? Or does carnal attention give you peace? Does something in the physical bring you peace? Because until reading, studying, and realizing, because this is the point about the scriptures giving you peace. And I think we really need to understand this. Why does the scriptures, or why should the scriptures give you peace? That's the real question. Why should the scriptures give you comfort and peace? Does anybody have the answer to that question? Why?
You're doing something and that you're noticed by the Most High if you fight yourself, regardless of what you're using.
Yes, but I guess where I was driving was, if my life and my decisions are patterning righteous women and righteous men, that's my comfort.
Yeah.
It's because what else is your comfort? It's true about the not in vain, but why is it not in vain? Because if I'm patterning my life after Sarah, right, then it doesn't matter what I'm going through or losing because I'm living like this person. And the Most High said, this is the person that he values. So if I'm living like this person, I know the Most High values me in this arena, regardless of whatever I might think my life is being wrecked or unfair or messed up. None of that matters. It's the same thing with men. If I'm sitting back here and I can see the things I'm giving up and losing and going through, patterns, great men, then that gives me the comfort. But what gives us comfort? Coming up, having an easier life, having all my bills paid in full, having things, psychologically checking all the boxes that I think my life deserves. The comfort is in whatever I'm losing, whatever pains I'm going through. Paul went through these pains. Christ went through these pains. Then I can accept the pains I'm going through because Christ went through these same pains. So nothing else matters. Does that make sense? That is why the scriptures give you comfort. I don't think we grasp that enough. So if I'm patterning my losses of Christ and I'm losing the same thing, like when you read Isaiah 53, Christ was a man of sorrows. So if I'm losing because of this and I'm hated for Christ's sake, I can be comfortable that Christ felt what I felt. And I can be at peace with that. How else can you find comfort in whatever the Most High puts you through? There's no other way. Because when you try to find comfort any other way, you're chasing the world. So, I don't want to make a whole class off that. So let's go to verse 10.
Verse Maccabees 12 and 10. Have nevertheless obtained to send unto you for the renewing of brotherhood and friendship, lest we should become strangers unto you altogether. For there is a long time past since ye sent unto us.
So he's saying is, whatever happened, these Lacedemonians, stop writing letters. When you stop writing letters, you stop communicating and maintaining those bonds. That means they're isolated, and so are we in Jerusalem. Read on.
All right, verse 11. We, therefore, at all times, without ceasing, both in our feast and other convenient days, do remember you in the sacrifices which we offer, and in our prayers, as reason is, and as it becometh us to think upon our brethren.
It's important that despite our differences, despite our disagreements as Israelites in different groups, that we at least have mercy and we at least pray for all our Israelite brothers. Because the truth is this, we can disagree all day long. And we don't have to work together. We don't got to do any of that stuff. But we can still have a respect and a love for one another because ultimately, whatever we're doing wrong, whatever we're out of the quote-unquote spirit in, who's going to teach us? He's going to sit back here and check us all and where? In that damn desert. So everybody can say what they want to say. We're going to be out here sweating in that desert. And then everybody's true intentions will come out. So that's the great neutralizer. We can sit back here and argue over doctrine till the cows come home. We can argue about how much effort one person has to give over another person. None of that really matters. Because if you didn't put enough work in and you're in a desert, guess what? You better figure it out. Whatever you weren't doing while you was here, you better figure it out in that desert.
We didn't learn self-regulate.
If you didn't learn discipline, if you didn't learn how to be the same person every day now, yeah, listen, do you think the Most High going to sit back here and allow us to sit back here and flip and trip in these woods? No. In the desert. The woods is easier. I don't even know if nobody said that. We're in the woods, that's cool. You in the damn desert? Listen, it ain't the same, bro. So people can have whatever opinions they want. It's still about praying for Israel and praying and hoping that Israel figures it out. So let's continue.
God. Says, verse 12. And we are right glad of your honor. As for ourselves, we have had great troubles and wars on every side.
This is what Jonathan is explaining. This is what Jonathan's life has been. Wars and troubles on every side. Why? Why has Jonathan's life been wars and troubles on every side?
Because it's to counter the ease and desire for luxury that the Greek Empire was offering to our people. It was to deny that influence that was coming in.
Mm-hmm.
So there had to be a resistance movement to offset that influence, that Greek influence.
It's that. And how about his life had to be a life of discomfort because his predecessors wanted comfort. People always want to know. People want to talk about Esau and the captivities and all the hell Esau put us under. And that's fine. But in Micah 2:10, when the Most High said, this life is not our rest. Why isn't this life our rest? This life is not our rest because we have to work harder to get ourselves out of spiritual debt as a nation. The truth be told, us as Israelites, we haven't lived virtuously enough as a nation to earn peace. If we're going to be honest, how many generations of families have we raised in this knowledge? Hell, how many generations of kids after their parents actually want to do this? The numbers aren't very large. You know what the problem is? The next generation still wants to live selfishly. The next generation still doesn't want to put the Most High first. And if the next generation don't want to put the Most High first, what is he saying? As a nation, do we really deserve comfort? No, we don't. We hope, we got to drag kids to come to Bible class. We got to drag that 17-year-old to 23-year-old age group to actually give them about the Bible. Am I right or wrong? You got to drag them. So listen, are we even in a position to have rest and comfort? No. The nation hasn't earned it. Now, if we get 2 or 3 generations in, and there's momentum and people actually give a damn about the Most High, then maybe we can sit back here and relax a little bit. We got too much selfishness in the nation to act like we've earned something as a nation. Because why is Jonathan fighting? Isn't his life predicated on wars because the nation hasn't figured it out yet? Yeah. Is it because of Jonathan? This man was a good man. So why is him and all these guys constantly fighting? Because the nation hasn't bought in yet. And this is why your life is going to be constantly filled with wars. What people don't get is if we don't teach, if we don't dedicate our life to helping the next person, you're going to be in your battle forever. You're going to be in pain forever. But you know what the problem is? We can barely get Israel to fight for themselves. We can barely get Israel to get their head clear every day. Am I right or wrong? We can't get Israel to get past their selfishness, their hate, their self-loathing, their pride, their ego. How can you get Israel to focus on the nation? That's laughable. So if we can't focus on the nation, we're going to be focused on what? Wars. It ain't like we're going to sit back here. If there was no wars, we wouldn't be giving a damn lot of people.
That was
How about that one?
That was the kingdom.
I know.
He said, because thou hast done this, from now on thou shalt have war.
Because you're going to fight something. Either you're going to fight for your people, or you're going to just keep fighting battles and fighting wars and running in this hamster wheel. You're just going to be on a hamster wheel, fighting your thoughts, fighting your emotions forever. And that's where you're going to stop. That's your plateau. You want to be the person who just lives their life every day to control their emotions, or are you going to ever get past you to establish a greater impact for your people? Because that's what this is supposed to be about. Whether you're a man or a woman. The nation was in constant wars, because if they weren't going to be uncomfortable, they was going to sit back here and wear togas and get loose every damn day long. Or sit back here and meditate on what they don't have in their life. Isn't that what people do? Yes, you can.
Job 35, 11 through 13. One of my favorite scriptures.
All right. Job chapter 35 and verse 11
through 13. Come. Simple point, but it's a beautiful scripture.
Job chapter 35 and verse 11. Who teacheth us more than the beasts of the earth?
Who teaches us more than the beasts of the earth? Animals are beasts. Animals are beasts. Read.
And maketh us wiser than the fowls of heaven.
And wiser than the fowls of heaven. Why are the fowls of heaven wise? Because the fowls of heaven, the birds, know what season it is. Birds know when to fly south when it gets cold. Israel don't. Israel starve. Israel freeze. I didn't prepare for this. I didn't study for this. I didn't listen to counsel for this. Now I'm freezing.
I just want to live my life.
I just want to live my life. There's no water. We're in a drought. I'm going to die of thirst in this wilderness. The birds are like, I'm finna go ahead, and I see that we're not getting rain, and I see the clouds are going that way. Let's go fly over there and find some rain. Mm-hmm. They're proactive in their thought process. But the beasts of the earth, they're focused on territory. They're focused on smells.
Also, have you ever seen like cows?
Yeah.
When it's cold outside, you know what they do? They all are the same. They all bunch together. Mm-hmm. They stay warm. Does the Jew come together when things are bad?
Yeah.
Hell no. They isolate.
Yeah.
When they feel bad, they isolate. You know, I'm taking my kid to a tournament or whatever. We're driving out in the woods. It's like, why is like 50 cows just in one little back? Like, oh, it's freezing outside. That's why they're doing
trying to come together.
We better come together or we're not going to get through this. So all these animals from the outside, they endure the cold and they come on the inside. And they figure it out and they stay warm.
Dogs do it.
They don't have to talk either. All they're saying is move. How different pitch moves.
But they
come together.
But they know what they need.
They know they need each other.
That's what I'm saying.
The animals get it. The animals got the wisdom.
They all pile on top of one another and make like a big
Check
like an island of ants, and they rotate so they wouldn't move.
Yeah. Yeah.
The Jew don't know that.
The Jew don't got
The
it.
Jew can't think that. They can't think that deep.
Yeah.
What good is all the brains for? What good is all the brain matter, right? Intelligence.
Yeah.
What good is the thinker?
Just for scrolling. It's only good for doom scrolling. Go to verse 12. All that brain for doom scrolling. Go to verse 12.
Okay. It says, there they cry, but none giveth answer, because of the pride of evil men.
So guess what? There's no solutions. There's no answers because of the pride of evil men. We know society's against us. We know that the world's against us. We get that. So if everybody has their suffering story based off of the socioeconomic conditions, based off of mom and dad having a little work, and I have to raise myself watching TV, based off of just the politics of society. We know that we're suffering based off of how people have corrected the society. This is the issue though. Read verse 13.
13. Surely the Most High will not hear vanity.
So what's your reaction? or you're going to constantly, you know, the society's against you. And the animals find solutions to the environment. But when it comes to your environment, all you do is just lock into emotion. The animals find solutions. Humans lock into emotion. Animals adapt to their environment. Humans don't. In the world, it's dry, it's cold, it rains, it snows. The animals adapt to whatever environment they're given. Humans, we know Bezos, Bill Gates, all people, they have different plans for us. They have different plots for us, trying to give you the jab, trying to get you to go into a technocratic society, trying to go, no, I'm not going to go into the details of what, they adapt to society, they adapt the education system, they adapt and change the money and make the money a challenge with all this inflation to put you to be a debt slave. We know that evil men control society. We get that. But what is your adaptation to that evil society? What is your adaptation? The animals find adaptation. What's your adaptation? You have a whole book of adaptations. We have whole classes filled with spiritual adaptation. But you know what man wants to do? Just chase their vanity in the
Or be an individual.
which is vanity. Or read that last scripture. Let me finish the point.
God.
13.
God. Neither will the Almighty regard it.
The Most High is not going to sit here and constantly appease you because you feel a certain way. He's not going to constantly appease you because you're angry or appease you because you're sad. People really want the Most High to bow down and kneel to them versus them kneel down to the Most High. Most High's like, I wrote a whole book for you. I got you surrounded with counsel, and you have 400 to 1,000 plus years of history. Why don't you apply that? What we want to apply is the behavior that our emotion compels us to do. That's why we're almost mentally lower than beasts, according to the scripture. The beast will at least find an answer. Ant Island will sit here and fly and change the weather. We'll sit here and come together when it's cold. We have solutions. Israel, they'll just go into their depression deep. Or they'll go into their bipolar nature deep. Or they'll sit here and isolate more. They'll isolate more. Israel has different ways of doing it. But that's all what? It's all vanity. That vanity is not creating a solution. It's just sating your emotional need. So most time I won't take. He's not going to.
So what he does, he keeps you busy with wars. Because the thing is this: why are wars important? Why does Most High have you engulfed with wars?
Keep you sharp.
It keeps you not focused on what? You.
Yeah.
Because the Most High's like, if I would trust that you would focus on the body, you would have all these wars. That's the point.
Yeah.
But this is the funny thing. Why is Jonathan engaged in wars? Why is Jonathan engaged in wars? He's engaged in wars for his people.
Yeah.
He's like, either you're going to be engaged in wars for you because you're not focused on him, or you're going to be engaged in wars for your nation. Which set of circumstances will bring more glory and honor to you? Because ultimately, what are we doing this for? He's saying this: if you're going to be in your head, I'm going to make life miserable for you. You're going to constantly be in this circular battle of highs and lows. Or you can come out of yourself and give your mind to your people and help them fight their battles and engage in their wars. And if you're fighting for your people and engage in their wars through counsel, through selflessness, then you're going to still be involved in wars. But it's for a greater what? It's a greater cause. And who's judging that greater cause? Christ. What are you doing this for? That's the point. So at least Jonathan is engaged in wars for his nation, and he's fighting because his nation needs it. Most of us just fight because I just can't get past not being happy. Or most of us, we got to go through all these ordeals because I want to live my life. And the young generation is like this: I want to live my life first, then come in. You ain't got to raise your hand. They can just read through it. People want to live their life, see how it feels, and then maybe do the Jew thing later. Anyway, I'm just expressing and just kind of extracting. You're going to fight wars anyway. You might as well fight wars that actually bring a spiritual benefit to you. Continue. So Jonathan is explaining to these Lacedemonians that in Jerusalem, they're constantly engaged in wars and fights. Continue. Read that verse from the top.
Verse 13. As for ourselves, we have had great troubles and wars on every side. For so much as the kings that are round about us have fought against us.
Hold that. I need you to just keep going, Taiwan. It's not going to make this happen. Okay. I just saw your text.
Tahawam Raka, Shah Shabata, Bana Shah, Banya Shah.
How much? Bro, Yahweh
Yahweh Shem Yah Shabbat.
So verse 14, sir.
Okay. First Maccabees chapter 12 and verse 14. Howbeit we would not be troublesome unto you, nor to others of our confederates, our friends, in these wars. For we have help from the heavens that succoureth us. So as we are delivered from our enemy, and our enemies are brought under foot. For this cause we chose Numenius, the son of Antiochus, and Antipater, the son of Jason, and sent them unto the Romans to renew the amity that we had with them, and the former league. We commanded them also to go unto you, and to salute you, and to deliver you our letters concerning the renewing of our brotherhood. Wherefore now ye shall do well to give us an answer thereto. And
So what is he asking? He just say, listen, just give us kind of confirmation. Are you still with us or not? So we're here for you. We want to show that we got your back. Just kind of give us the confirmation that you still have ours. Read on.
And this is the copy of the letters which Oniarus sent. Arius, king of the Lacedemonians, to Onias the high priest, greeting. It is found in writing that the Lacedemonian and Jews are brethren, and that they are of the stock of Abraham. Now therefore, since this is come to our knowledge, ye shall do well to write unto us of your prosperity. We do write back again to you that your cattle and goods are ours, and ours are yours. We do command, therefore, our ambassadors to make report unto you on this wise. Now, when Jonathan heard...
I'm so sorry. Hold off on those. Let me see. We started off at verse 20. Did you finish verse 23 yet?
Con, that was 23. I just...
Hold that and go to Josephus, book 13, chapter 5, paragraph 8.
Josephus, Antiquity of the Jews, book 13, chapter 5, paragraph 8, line 163, page 345. Jonathan, having thus gotten a glorious victory and slain 2,000 of the enemy, returned to Jerusalem. So when he saw that all his affairs prospered according to his mind, by providence of the Most High, he sent ambassadors to the Romans, being desirous of renewing that friendship which their nation had with them formerly. He enjoined the same ambassadors that as they came back, they should go to the Spartans and put them in mind of their friendship and kindred. So when the ambassadors came to Rome, they went in to their senate and said that they were commanded by Jonathan, their high priest, to say how he had sent them to confirm their friendship. The Senate then confirmed what had been formerly decreed concerning their friendship with the Jews, and gave them letters to carry to all kings of Asia and Europe, and to the governors of the cities, that they might safely conduct them to their own country.
So what was the Romans saying? Send these letters to you and to all of your neighbors. What was the Romans trying to do, man? Listen, we want to sit back and let everybody know you can come to us. They said if you're tired of the dancing and the videos, man, you can come over to death row. That's what the Romans are saying. You come with us. If you're tired of all the dancing and the shucking and the jiving and the Greeking, you come with us and we take care of you. This is what the Romans are setting up. They're setting their traps. Let's keep going. Because they see weakness. They see weakness in the Greeks too. They already have the Ptolemaic line all locked down. They're on their way to take out these solutions. Continue.
Accordingly, as they returned, they came to Sparta and delivered the epistle which they had received of Jonathan to them, a copy of which here follows. Jonathan, the high priest of the Jewish nation, and the Senate and body of the people of the Jews, to the Ephori and Senate and body of the people of the Lacedemonians, sent greeting. If you be well, and both your public and private affairs be agreeable to your mind, it is according to our wishes. We are well also. When in former times an epistle was brought to Onias, who was then our high priest, from Arius, who at that time was your king, by Demoteles, concerning the kindred that was between us and you, a copy of which is here subjoined. We both joyfully received the epistle, and were well pleased with Demoteles and Arius, although we did not need such a demonstration, because we were well satisfied about it from the sacred writing. Yet did not we think fit first to begin the claim of this relation to you, lest we should seem too early in taking to ourselves the glory which is now given us by you. It is a long time since this relation of ours to you that been renewed. And when we, upon holy and festival days, offer sacrifice to the Most High, we pray to him for your preservation and victory. As to ourselves, although we have many wars that have compassed us around by reason of the covetousness of our neighbors, yet did not we determine to be troublesome either to you or to others that were related to us. But since we have now overcome our enemy, and have occasion to send Dominius, the son of Antiochus, and Antipater, the son of Jason, who are both honorable men belonging to our senate, to the Romans, we gave them this epistle to you also, that they might renew that friendship which is between us. You will therefore do well yourselves to write unto us, and send us an account of what you stand in need of from us, since we are in all things disposed to act according to your desire. So the Lacedemonians received the ambassador kindly, and made a decree for friendship and mutual assistance, and sent it to them.
So listen, the letters worked, the relationships were reestablished, and they were able to move forward in peace. Now go to Isaiah real quick, chapter 11. Isaiah 11, verse 11 and 12.
Isaiah chapter 11 and verse 12.
Yep.
Isaiah chapter 11 and verse 12. And he shall set up an ensign for the
11 and
nation.
11.
Like,
11 and 11.
oh, sorry. Isaiah chapter 11 and verse 11. And it shall come to pass in that day that the Lord shall set his hand again the second time to recover the remnant of his people.
When it comes down to it, Christ is going to come back and bring all his people together. Read on.
Which shall be left from Assyria.
So what is he saying? He's saying the prophecy and that the Most High is going to sit back here and bring his people from the land of Assyria. Read on. Listen, when it says from Assyria, what does that mean in present day? Anybody know? Parts of Assyria is northern Iraq. Okay? And what he's saying, I'm going to find these images. Give me half a second. What he's saying is prophetically, the Most High is going to sit back here and save his Israelites that are even scattered. Here it is. It's the one. That's not the one. That's the one. Listen, there's Israelites, there's Israelite Iraqis, man. They're black Iraqis. Look at the images. That's that. Listen, there's some Jews in Iraq. He's coming to save them too. Sit back here and find another one. That ain't J God. Come on, man. Look at the next. Look at this picture. When they're on little blue like Arab joints, Arab suits out with the beards. There are Israelites in Iraq. There are Israelites in India. There's Israelites all around the world. So he's coming to save Israel from Assyria. Let me see. This is Israelites in India. Listen, look how they posing now. You telling me that ain't Israelites in India? Come on. There's Jews in India. There's Jews all around the world, bro. That ain't Ishmael. I don't give a damn nobody say that. They're called the Siddhis in India. There's another one. These are Israelites in Pakistan. The Siddhis in India and the Shiites in Pakistan. For those of y'all who watch Walking Dead, the dude in the bottom looks like the guy with the damn staff.
Yeah.
You gonna tell me you don't let the guy with the staff? Yes, he does. You let the brother in the staff in The Walking Dead. All facts. But he's speaking some damn Pakistani. And all he knows is Pakistani jams. But he is a damn Israelite. So, what are we reading? Read verse. He says he's going to come and get the remnant from Assyria. Read on.
And from Egypt.
From Egypt also. There's Israelites still in Egypt, still in that Middle East region. Read on.
And from Pathros.
Where is Pathros? Where is Pathros? I think Pathros is in Europe. I think it's near Greece. I could be wrong on this one. I have to find Pathros. No, Pathros is in Egypt. I'm sorry. Pathros is Egypt. Pathros is in Egypt. I just have to find it. Yes, it's Upper Egypt. And Upper Egypt is really in the south, which is crazy. But Pathros is in Egypt. I'm just trying to find the map that proves it. Upper Egypt is in the southern part of Egypt.
Like Sudan.
Yep. Well, exactly. It's going south. Because that region has our people also. Yeah. Well, I'm going to say this. Sudan is Ethiopia. But Pathros is in southern Egypt. But southern Egypt is called Upper Egypt. And lower Egypt is really the northern part of Egypt. So he says there's Israelites in Pathros. He says Egypt and Pathros. So what's he saying? Northern Egypt and southern Egypt. He's coming to save Israelites from both of those regions. Read on.
and from Cush,
And then we got the Sudan. Then we got the Israelites in Ethiopia. There are Ethiopian Israelites that are in that region from Ethiopia all the way to Sudan. He's coming to get Jews there. Read on.
and from Elam,
And we just showed you the Sheeds and the Sedis. He's coming to get Israel from India. Read on.
and from Shinar,
And from Shinar, which is Babylon. We just talked about that. It's these Iraqis right here, which is Israelites. They are literal black Iraqis. I saw even online, there was a guy that went to Iraq and saw a bunch of Jews at the corner store or the restaurant out, and they were black. And they spoke English too. They knew both languages, but they were Jews. So the Most High said, he's going to come and save us from all these different regions. Read on.
and from Hamath,
Hamath is in Syria. There are Israelites in Syria. And that region there's Israelites too. So he's not just going to destroy that region. He's going to pull and save his people from that region as well as in the region, obviously, where we're at in North Central and South America. Read on.
and from the islands of the sea,
The different continents. The islands just means continents that are surrounded by water. He's going to sit back here and save us from the other continents. Read on.
and he shall set up an ensign for the nation, and shall assemble the outcasts of Israel.
The most Christ is still going to assemble the outcasts of Israel. Outcasts just means the Israelites that are scattered away from Jerusalem. Those are the outcasts. He's going to bring all these Jews together and galvanize them eventually when Christ comes back. Read on.
And gather together the dispersed of Judah from the four corners of the earth.
Whether they're Israelites in Europe, in Greece, there was Israelites in England, Germany, all those spots. And back in those days, we were heavy in number in Greece, we were heavy in number in Britain, we were heavy in number in Spain, we were heavy in number in France. And in all those regions, it was the Jew and Esau striving for power and leverage in the region. Same thing for your Vikings. There was not a country in Europe that didn't have the combination there. Wasn't just all black or just all white. It was in the middle. So I'm just going there just to show that connection with the Lacedemonians. And the Most High was going to sit back and just bring us all together from these different regions. The Lacedemonians responded to the Israelites with positivity. The unity was going to be there. They're all together. Okay, so let all that go. And let's get back to First Maccabees chapter 12. And let's do verse 24.
First Maccabees chapter 12 and verse 24. Now when Jonathan heard that Demetrius' princes were come to fight against him with a greater host than afore.
So here we go again. Demetrius has got to come back with some more fighting. Jonathan took his time and was wise about his time. Set up alliances again. Now he's back at war. Continue.
He removed from Jerusalem and met them in the land of Amathus. For he gave them no respite to enter his country.
So what is he saying? It's better that the theater of war is away from your city. Let's meet somewhere where we are away from the people. Let's fight out here in this plains area. So it's just going to be warrior against warrior, and let's try to keep civilian casualties down. Okay, read on.
He sent spies also unto their tents, who came again and told them that they were appointed to come upon them in the night season. Wherefore, so soon as the sun was down, Jonathan commanded his men to watch and to be in armed, that all the night long they might be ready to fight. Also he sent forth sentinels round about the host.
So what is he saying? He's saying that he got intel that Demetrius and men were going to attack them at night. So what they did, once they got the intel, everybody was awake, ready to fight. Everything was on high alert, preparing for the worst. Okay, read on.
But when the adversaries heard that Jonathan and his men were ready for battle, they feared and trembled in their hearts, and they kindled fires in their camp. Howbeit, Jonathan and his company knew it not till the morning, for they saw the lights burning. Then Jonathan pursued after them, but overtook them not, for they were gone over the river Eleutherus. Wherefore Jonathan turned to the Arabians, who were called Zabadeans, and smote them, and took their spoil. And removing thence, he came to Damascus, and so passed through all the country.
Damascus is in Syria. So they were going eastward, pursuing the enemy. Read on.
Simon also went forth, and passed through the country unto Ascalon,
Mm-hmm.
and the holds there adjoining.
So he says Simon also went forth and passed through the country Ascalon. Simon was obviously Jonathan's brother. So as Jonathan was attacking Demetrius' men going eastward, Simon went southwestward to Ascalon. Ascalon was in Philistia, the far western border off of the where Gaza is. Okay, so Simon's fighting the Philistines near Gaza. Read on.
And the holds there adjoining, from whence he turned aside to Joppa and won it.
Mm-hmm.
For he had heard that they would deliver the hold unto them that took Demetrius' part. Wherefore he set a garrison there to keep it.
So obviously that region in Ascalon and Joppa were still pro-Demetrius. So they took advantage of that area. They controlled it. They locked it down. And Jonathan's men took the stronghold that Demetrius had up northeast. Okay. Hold that verse in verse 34. Let's go to Josephus, book 13, chapter 5, paragraph 10. We're going to jump paragraph 9. Paragraph 9, we will go back probably in a week or two and go into more detail about paragraph 9. But for now, let's get paragraph 10.
Antiquities of the Jews, book 13, chapter 5, paragraph 10, line 174, page 346. But now the generals of Demetrius, being willing to recover the defeat that they had had, gathered a great army together that they had before, and came against Jonathan. But as soon as he was informed of their coming, he went suddenly to meet them, to the country of Hamath. For he resolved to give them no opportunity of coming into Judea.
So once again, he went to Hamath, and Hamath is in Syria. So he met them in Hamath versus fighting them in our region. Read on.
So he pitched his camp at 50 furlongs distance from the enemy,
Okay.
and sent out spies.
So once again, verse 25 in First Maccabees said Amathus. But a lot of times the writing is in Greek, so you don't get the real understanding. Amathus was Hamath. Hamath is in Syria. So once again, they get to Hamath in Syria. They camp a little distance away. Read, so he pitched his camp.
Line 175. So he pitched his camp at 50 furlongs distance from the enemy, and sent out spies to take a view of their camp, and after what manner they were encamped. When his spies had given him full information, and had seized upon some of them by night, who told him the enemy would soon attack him, he thus apprised beforehand, provided for his security, and placed watchmen beyond his camp. And
That's what the sentinels were. When you read in the First Maccabees, the sentinels were just men who guarded the camp at night. Read on.
And kept all his forces armed all night. And he gave them a charge to be of good courage, and to have their minds prepared to fight in the nighttime, if they should be obliged so to do, lest their enemies' design should seem concealed from them. But when Demetrius' commanders were informed that Jonathan knew what they intended, their counsels were disordered, and alarmed them to find that the enemy had discovered those their intentions, nor did they expect to overcome them any other way. Now they had failed in the snares they had laid for them, For should they hazard an open battle, they did not think they should be a match for Jonathan's army. So they resolved to plot, and having lightened many fires, that when the enemy saw them, they might suppose that they were still, they retired. But when Jonathan came to give them battle in the morning in their camp, and found it deserted, and understood they were fled, he pursued them. Yet he could not overtake them, for they had already passed over the river Eleutherus, and were out of danger. So when Jonathan was returned thence, he went into Arabia, and fought against the Nabateans, and drove away a great deal of their prey, and took many captives, and came to Damascus, and there sold off what he had taken. About the same time it was that Simon, his brother, went over all Judea and Palestine,
As far.
as far as Ascalon, and fortified the stronghold. And when he had made them very strong, both in edifices erected, and in the garrisons placed in them, he came to Joppa. And when he had taken it, he brought a great garrison into it. For he heard that the people of Joppa were disposed to deliver up the city to Demetrius' generals.
So once again, these are more wars and more strategic options that Jonathan and Simon have to continue to do just to keep things operating and keep the nation sustained. Let that go and go to verse 35 in 1 Maccabees chapter 12.
1 Maccabees chapter 12 and verse 35. After this came Jonathan home again, and calling the elders of the people together, he consulted with them about building strongholds in Judea.
So once he once again fights the necessary battles out in front of him, he goes back home and continues to reorganize things in the city. Just like he sat back here and set up his alliances earlier in chapter 12, verse 1, 2, and 3, or something like that. Now he's back in Jerusalem, refortifying what is necessary in this city. There's an internal problem, there's foreign problems, and there's domestic problems.
Yeah.
In any scenario you got. Now he's trying to reestablish the domestic issues. Because all you can do as a leader is just proactively attack any issues that are there, that are right in front of your face, and issues that are going to be there down the line.
Yeah.
And you're just rotating from dealing with issues that are present. Once that present issue is there, done, now you sit back here and have to foresee what's going to be a problem down the line, work on that, then deal with the things in front of you, then deal with what's going to be down the line, and then so forth and so on. That's just going to be life.
And people get upset about the idea of I get no rest.
Yeah.
But the funny idea is that you're not getting rest if you rest.
Got it?
You say I get no rest because it's always another matter to handle. But if you don't fight your battle, then you're really not going to be under any kind of rest or have any kind of rest or have any kind of peace of mind because you're going to be under the
Rest.
constant pressure of loss.
Yeah.
And you're going to have real issues to have leverage over.
Yeah. So either you're going to work every day and there'll be a semblance of order and control, or you're sitting back here going through highs and lows, you're going to find more stress living that way.
And I use health as a metaphor for it because I look at it like this. There's certain things that if you don't do it for periods of time, your organs start to break down. You start to have weak organs. People think it's about this, I got to look good. Okay, it's one thing to look good, but you got to have, your organs have to function. Your gallbladder, your liver, especially your liver, has to properly function. Once that liver gets weaker and weaker, then it's a domino effect because you can't filter your body properly, which breaks down the circulation, which breaks down everything else in your body. Then there's poor circulation. Then there's a domino. It's this negative domino effect. Versus a positive domino effect, it's a negative domino. So if I don't do the necessary adjustments on a consistent basis like I need to, if I don't check the basic boxes, that check is still in the mail.
You know why? Because what we do is we do crash diets
Yeah.
and we eat bad. Crash diets and eat bad. You say, yeah, we got to purse. We got to do all this starving. Purse it by it. Like, damn. Listen, why don't you just eat clean every day?
Yeah.
No, that's like you can't live that. You gotta eat your food, then purge it out, then flush it out. Don't eat for a couple days. Like, damn. I know people that do that.
And it's good.
I'm just gonna sit back here and eat like a wild man,
Hold up,
and then all of a sudden, you don't eat
The
anything.
answer is eat clean.
People
and
do
purge.
it.
Eat
People
clean
do
and
that all
purge
the
is
time.
it.
What's that?
The real answer is eat clean and purge.
How about the answer is moderation?
Well, yeah, I'm saying.
And then the purging isn't as necessary if you're eating in moderation. You should purge.
I'm just saying, listen, when you read about Israel, they had a fasting lifestyle. We didn't have a whole bunch of cancers. It's because
I agree.
when you're fasting, your body goes to
Because you weren't eating chicken and waffles every day.
Yeah, exactly.
Because then shut it down.
Yeah, there was all that cancer stuff like that. That's a product of not fasting.
Keep going.
I'm just saying, your cells go into apoptosis, meaning the cell destroys itself, the cell kills itself. We go through autophagy, which means the body's taking out all the weak cells because we had a lifestyle of fasting. On top of eating, you didn't have modified food back then. Huh? The food wasn't modified. It wasn't GMO. It was just healthy. The only issue we had back then is maybe we're excessive in meats and being excessive gets mad.
Balance, you give your body that rest, and it goes to repair the things that never gets to repair things you're constantly bleeding and moving.
Yeah, so the body's trying to do the same process teaching the scriptures, attacking the next issue so that there's peace amongst the entire body. Apply the same thinking to our life. Let me attack the next issue as peace in my life. We're just waiting really until emergency. Israel lives a life where we wait for emergency. We wait for rock bombs and emergencies. And then when they come, we get heavy into spirituality, heavy into prayer, heavy into meditating and praying and doing righteous work, which is good. But the real wisdom is to deny myself the rest and comfort and then work on every single battle that's necessary. And the level of pressure just won't be there as much. This is about management of pressure and management of emergency.
Like I said,
Yeah.
everything you said is right. You're supposed to purge. You're supposed to fast.
But not that laugh now, cry later spirit. Where you just
But that's what people do.
That
People sit back
gorge-
here. But people sit back here and
Yeah.
eat horribly,
feast and famine spirit.
and then they sit back here and they purge.
That's extremes.
Would you say like what your point was, Demiad, is if you're like constantly in that mindset of just pressuring yourself, it's not the pressure's not going to be there. It's more that you just accept it, and so even though it's there, you have a certain understanding that allows you to maintain yourself through the pressure.
I'm gonna get a little more clear because tapping the last night a little bit, but we have to grow a tolerance. We have to condition ourselves. Last night was about people are so sensitive because they don't really address problems. So now they're hypersensitive. So now everything's a problem. When a person has a problem with everything, that means you're not doing any kind of spiritual you're not going into spiritual affairs and handling spiritual affairs because everything around you is sensitive. It affects everything, touches your sensation. Everything affects you. That means you're unconditioned. So if you condition yourself every single day in moderation, like a war said, if I condition myself every day, then when the battles come, I don't have to break my neck to fight.
You're already in that mind.
It's like having to run a 5-mile run. We used to do this back in old Israel. We used to. You know,
not just running, it's lifting too.
well, listen. Buzz ate Chinese food every day. Ate
No, it is
fast
Chinese
food.
food from the mall. Like,
Mall Chinese food.
that's worse. That's worse than like quality,
Yeah.
quality, what's like a good quality Chinese? What's one of them?
Dig house.
Hell no. Dig house is not quality.
Yeah.
The PF Chang's.
Yeah.
That's different. You go to PF Chang's is okay. But you go to the poo-poo hand spot or a roll of no guy.
Win one.
Win is bad.
We call it poo-poo hands. People go to the bathroom, they don't wash their hands, and they go back to serving food.
First of all, if you get a $5 plate and it's 8 pounds,
Yes.
you know it's not real food.
Something
It's
bad.
not good. Or it's just not well-made stuff. And the product that's in there is very cheap. Anyway, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm just saying. So there's this McDonald's when McDonald's actually like when they had we had those little arch deluxes and all that. It's a lot of stuff. No time. But the whole point is now it's workout season and bro's gotta get into the spirit. And then bro start running, want to throw up, feeling like dog crap.
How about brothers running in work shoes?
Yeah, brothers running. John Ashford. Brothers running Johnson and Murphy shoes.
Yes, running that.
Brothers running Johnson and Murphy's and Stacey
Running in this run that.
Yeah, and booze out. All these things happen because I don't just maintain a daily or at least a weekly cycle of exerting myself.
Mm-hmm.
So now we have to be extreme. But that extreme is making up for the debt of slothfulness. We have a slothful debt.
And then our body is hurting. Our body is extreme. Remember we would sit back here and we wouldn't work out for 8 months? Then we in the gym and we're lifting the heaviest weight around us. And you hurt so bad, you don't want to go back the next day.
After 2 weeks, it's like
this isn't going to work. This isn't the spirit. Is it not the spirit? Or you haven't learned to just do a little bit of work every day?
Well, structurally, the actual cartilage can't adapt to it because the cartilage has to be built up. The muscles might adapt to it, but the cartilage that is connected to muscles is like, where does this come from? It takes months and months and months
to build up to this.
To build your cartilage.
Or burning.
Yeah.
There's a difference.
There's a difference. And so the whole point is the body and the animal world show you what the scriptures show you also. Scriptures show you, can we tangibly address important matters so you're always conditioned to handle affairs? Or we're going to do 8 months of, it's the rabbit and the hare. No, it was the turtle and the hare. I think that's why I forgot the concept. When we was a kid, the hare, the hare would run a little bit, stop, eat some grass, chill. The turtle kept going. Who won the race? The turtle. Same thing with, there was another one, Aesop's Fable. It was the locust and another animal. Maybe the locust and the ant. The locust, he enjoyed the summer. And he kept jumping and enjoyed the summer, and he died in the wintertime. You gotta get a chance, look at the Aesop's Fable about the locust. He had a great time out. There was time for life and to handle problems. He died in wintertime. So Israel's the same way. We're not aware of seasons and we're not conscious that.
You know why we're not aware of seasons? Because we don't like the notion that you have to be uncomfortable every day. Mm-hmm. It's that simple. The fact that I have to be pained every day is what people hate. People hate being uncomfortable, doing something every day that the body doesn't like. We don't like it. And because of that, because we can't accept that's how you can sustain your spirit, your body, your life, your mind, is always about what? We're talking about oatmeal. Brothers hate oatmeal every day. But oatmeal is what keeps you surviving. The new flavors of life is what breaks you down.
Yeah.
Because it's the pursuit of newness is what breaks you down.
Yeah.
Versus the acceptance of this same routine is what keeps you alive.
And that's why I want to post scripture real quick. Ecclesiasticus 18:27 and 20th chapter, verse 7. It says the same exact. Not exactly the
so
same.
Ecclesiasticus, what's it?
18 and 27, Ecclesiasticus. And Ecclesiasticus chapter 20, verse 7.
18 and 27. Read that.
Yeah.
Ecclesiastes chapter 18 and verse 27.
Uh-huh.
A wise man will fear in everything.
A wise man will be aware and conscious of all the affairs around him. Health affairs, financial affairs, relationship affairs, spiritual affairs, mental affairs, relationship affairs, or as far as interpersonal affairs. A wise man will fear in everything. He'll look down the line, and he'll live in the moment and be conscious. Read.
And in the day of sinning,
And in the day of sinning, read.
he will be aware of offense.
And we start slipping. He's like, I know I'm tripping. I know I'm offended. They don't just sin and just forget that they don't acknowledge their issues.
Or they're oblivious
That's better.
to how their conduct is affecting.
That's a better word. Because with that, dietarily, get so used to that routine. There's an oblivion of, oh man, I know I'm kind of off right now. You get used to something, and then you look up, and 3 months go by. Keep reading. That's the point, though.
But a fool will not observe time.
The fool How do you know a fool? They're not cognizant of time or environment. They're not cognizant of what's going on around them. That is a foolish person. The birds fly south for the winter. They're aware of the time and their environment. The cows get close to each other when it gets cold. They're aware of time and environment. The fool has no awareness of time. They have no awareness of environment because they're in their dream mindset. They're in their idealistic mindset. They're idealists. They're into their chase of their vanity or whatever pursuit they have that's compelling them in their mind. They're in their head. Next scripture.
Ecclesiastes chapter 20 and verse 7.
Uh-huh.
A wise man will hold his tongue till he see opportunity.
So a wise man knows when to speak. He's regarding time. He's aware of environment. Read.
But a babbler
is just what? A person is not aware that they're excessive in their talk. They're not aware that they're being excessive. Read.
and a fool will regard no time.
But they all have the same thing in common. A babbler is not aware he's excessive in his speech. And a fool is not aware that they're not aware and cognizant of their time and environment. It's the same process. So the reason why I have to go through extremes in my life, the reason why I have to go through extreme changes and dramatic changes is because you've let months go by not studying. You've let years go by not counseling. You've let years go by not obeying. You've let time go by not sharpening yourself. You've let time go by without prayer. You let time go by without purging. You left a lot of time. You've been out of season for a lot of spiritual seasons, and now all of a sudden you feel like the weight of the world's on you. It's not the weight of the world on you. It's just this is what it is. Was this consequence of not handling my affairs?
Yep.
And I think it applies to the class.
Yep.
Israel's either going to handle their affairs and be mentally conditioned and operate in wisdom when they make mistakes. Be aware. At least I know I'm making mistakes. Versus close our eyes, go deeper into our indulgence, forget we're making mistakes, and wake up with confidence. And then say, why is my life so bad? That's the secondary person that's not operating the spirit of being conscious or aware.
Even the scripture says, use physique or ever thou be sick.
That's something.
What does the physique mean? Physique means purging. The question is, how much? How long do you go without purging?
Yeah.
You can purge every day.
Yep.
You can stay on top of yourself every day.
Yep.
So that the purging is a little bit every day versus I got to go through
Violent purging.
I got to go through violent extreme purges to regulate.
Yeah.
What type of life do you want to live? Purging a little bit every day or indulgence and all of a sudden extremes in response to your overindulgence?
That's the fool that's not aware of time.
So where are we at? Where did we leave off before we went into the physiques and the purging and the clarity? Where are we at?
First Maccabees chapter 12, either 16 or 17.
Let's go. No, 16? No, it couldn't be a 16.
No.
No, we were
Further?
further down. We were in matter of fact, we was in a Josephus, right?
He said, First Maccabees 12 and 35.
Yeah, we went there 35. That's all.
First Maccabees chapter 12 and verse 35. After this came Jonathan home again, and calling the elders of the people together, he consulted with them about building strongholds in Judea.
Now it's about the domestic wars. The thing is there's still no break. You're switching from diplomacy, outward foreign wars, foreign policy. Now I got to come home and deal with domestic issues. There's never a break. There's a constant process of what? Purging, cleaning house,
Problem solved.
problem solving.
Yeah.
And the thing is, you have to constantly be in the mode to have your mental radar looking for problems. The only way you can stay on top of things is to keep looking for the weaknesses. But a lot of times, I think people don't understand that mode and mechanism, and it's taken the wrong way. But how can a person run a house, run a family, run a camp, if the radar isn't always looking for the next issue? Now, there's a fine line between balancing that and being in the moment. But overall, You have to be always looking for the next thing you have to fix. Because if you don't have that mentality, the moment will overwhelm you. The circumstances will overwhelm you. Okay? So this is what he's doing. Now he's back in Jerusalem. He's not sitting back here drinking goblets of wine and going bananas. Now he got to go to work again. Read on.
Verse 36.
What are you seeing in Jonathan? It's always a sense of what? It's always urgency. Because the truth is, he doesn't know when his last day will come. So he has to sit back and take care of as much business as possible, as long as he's got. Read on.
Verse 36. And making the walls of Jerusalem higher, and raising a great mount between the tower and the city, for to separate from the city.
So he says he set up a great mount between the tower Akra and the city. What is he saying? Since I can't get these low-level Greek negative people out of the city, I have to protect everybody else from these people as much as possible. He's like, I got to create a separation, an additional hedge between these people that want to push this Greek crap and the rest of the nation. The rest of the nation can't be affected by these negative people. Read on.
For to separate it from the city, that so it might be alone, that men might neither sell nor buy in it.
What is he saying? I gotta cut these people from Akron off from these other Israelites, so that these other Israelites aren't doing business with them. I gotta cut them off so they're not doing business. So I can kind of find a way to protect the people that Jonathan is responsible for. Read on.
Upon this they came together to build up the city, for as much as part of the wall.
Well, what was the first thing that had to be done? Before you built the rest of the city up, you had to protect the outside wall, build the outside walls up, and maintain that separation from that negative influence in the city. We have been trying, Israel had been trying for years to purge these guys out of Akron. It ain't work. So if you can't purge them out, you got to create a bigger barrier between them and the people you're responsible for. Read on. Then after that, read on.
For as much as part of the wall toward the brook of the east side was fallen down, and they repaired that which was called Sephanatha.
So he's sitting back here. Now they're taking care of these walls. Part of the wall was broken down many years ago by what was that guy? It wasn't Antiochus. It was Antiochus' son. There's so many different names. It was before Bala. All these guys. It was before Bala. It was one of these guys that sat back here and broke the wall down the back. They repaired the walls. They repaired breaking down old broken down walls. They're sitting back here and setting up the arena for protection. Read verse 38.
Verse 38. Simon also set up Adida in Cephala and made it strong with gates and bars.
It's just being in this constant state of fighting to maintain your city and protect your city from foreign invaders. And this was what they were doing consistently. Now, before we focus more on the building of the people in the city, what they did in Akra was imperative. You can never, ever, as much as you control, eliminate the negative influence from your kids, brothers, in the camp. You can't eradicate it. We don't have the power to eradicate negative influences. But what you can do is shield and separate. And this is what they're doing. And it was the mark of great leadership. I want everybody to go to Proverbs 20 and 26. What we're seeing with these great men is leadership 101, showing you how to lead, the best ways and tactics to lead. We couldn't have been given greater examples on how to do things the right way. Read that. Proverbs 20 and 26.
Proverbs chapter 20 and verse 26. A wise king scattereth the wicked.
So he says, the wise king scatters the wicked. What does that mean? Weakens them, disables them, doesn't allow the wicked or the contrary any leverage to damage the people he's responsible for. Read on.
And bringeth the wheel over them.
He says he brings the wheel over him. When you look at the different definitions of wheels, a wheel is an instrument for torturing criminals. So he says the righteous, the wise king, creates scenarios and policies to keep the negative influence from truly damaging the people and keeps that negative influence as uncomfortable as possible. And this is what's happening in Jerusalem. These Israelites in Accra that are pro-Greek, that want this pro-Greek mindset to just be filtered as a cancer, they're just boxing them in and keeping them so that they can't buy and sell and do business and push this negative influence on the people. That is everything. Listen, we have to be that way towards negative influences in a school, in a camp. And you also have to keep a will over your what? Your own personal negative desires and thoughts. You have to keep tormenting or drying out or starving that flesh that wants to do what it wants to do. That's just as much of a responsibility. What we're reading is the constant work, the constant commitment Jonathan has to constantly go through to keep fighting all of these additional wars. Wars out in Europe, wars out with the Romans, with the Greeks, wars amongst his own people. It's a constant fight to gain control in all these environments. Okay? Let's do Josephus, book 13, chapter 5, paragraph 11, the beginning part.
Antiquity of the Jews, book 13, chapter 5.
Let me type this
Paragraph.
in. Oh, you good. All right. I'm ready, sir.
Paragraph 11, line 181, page 346. When Simon and Jonathan had finished these affairs, they returned to Jerusalem, where Jonathan gathered all the people together and took counsel to restore the walls of Jerusalem and to rebuild the walls that encompassed the temple, which had been thrown down, and to make the places adjoining stronger by very high towers. And besides that, to build another wall in the midst of the city, in order to exclude the marketplace from the garrison, which was in the citadel.
So he said, we got to slow this down. Read it from the top of it.
Line 182.
Because all these strategic policies is what you have to do to ensure that the flock is protected. Read it again. Verse, this from the top. Verse, the paragraph on
11. Line 181. When Simon and Jonathan had finished these affairs, they returned to Jerusalem, where Jonathan gathered all the people together and took counsel to restore the walls of Jerusalem and to rebuild the wall that encompassed the temple.
So why is that so important? The temple has to have that protection. The temple is always the last line of what? Defense. Because the whole city only has its value and merit because the temple is the stronghold. The nations came in there and broke down that temple and wanted temple access to weaken our spiritual center. Read on.
Which had been thrown down.
The Greeks threw that down. The people of Accra threw the walls of the temple down. Read on.
And to make the place,
not the walls of the temple, the walls surrounding the temple. Because you had interior walls that were set up to protect the temple. So that was thrown down by, let me try to find a picture of Jerusalem, if I can. Maybe that'll make more sense. Read it from the top again while I'm looking for this.
Line
This-
181.
Okay. You see, if you look at the picture, you see the walls that were on the inside that was surrounding the temple. We have Acra's outside of it. Acra's outside. The temple is like surrounded and guarded from the inside.
Square.
The people of Acra broke those walls down so that those pro-Israelite Greek people can go in and out of this temple and operate how they wanted to. But Jonathan got to sit back here and set up these walls again, reestablish the separation. Read on. Paragraph 11 again.
Okay. When Simon and Jonathan had finished these affairs, they returned to Jerusalem, where Jonathan gathered all the people together and took counsel to restore the walls of Jerusalem and to rebuild the wall that encompassed the temple, which had been thrown down, and to make the places adjoining stronger by very high towers.
Okay.
And besides that, to
Now
build.
you'll see around the temple, there's these little buildings all around the temple. They're setting up towers around the temple to fortify the temple from foreign invasion. That's what these towers are. It's not just a tower of Acra. They're reestablishing towers around the temple for protection's sake. Okay, read on.
And besides that, to build another wall in the midst of the city in order to exclude the marketplace from the garrison.
To build another wall in the midst of the city. To do what?
In order to exclude the marketplace from the garrison, which was in the citadel. And by that means, to hinder them from any plenty of provisions.
Okay, so what they're doing is they sat back here and didn't allow the people of Acra to have access to buying and selling, to cut them off, cut their food resources off, cut their supply resources off, so they encircled them. So whatever resource they have in the tower, they want to just be dried out from there, have no other food, no other supplies they can get to. So if you see Acra, they cut them off. I'm not sure if that little wall here is what they're saying. I can't say that for sure. But whatever it was, they blocked them off from going and buying and selling, having access to buying goods. So if you cut them off from buying goods, you eventually will dry them out in time. Read on.
And moreover, to make the fortresses that were in the country much stronger and more defensible than they were before. And when these things were approved of by the multitude as rightly proposed, Jonathan himself took care of the building that belonged to the city and sent Simon away to make the fortresses in the country more secure than formerly.
So what he did is he sent Simon to do the same type of fortification scenario as he's doing in the city to other neighboring Israelite cities. He's like, you got to fortify other Israelite cities so they can be protected from foreign invasion. But once again, it's that constant thinking ahead, preparation, protecting the people's fortification, protecting the people in the city. And he's either fighting for the nation or he's setting up protections and garrisons for the nation. But that mindset is never on him. It's never about taking a break. It's never about looking for ease. And this is what there is a lesson here that we're going to focus on this point. What we're going to do is go to Isaiah. (58) verse 1 through 14. Now, in the midst of this explanation, Okay, so go to Isaiah chapter 58, verse 1. I think we've kind of laid the foundation to explain that everything Jonathan was doing was for his nation, right? He went to war He was uncomfortable for his nation's stability. The only thing that mattered was that the wars were fought against the Greeks. The Israelite temple was set up. The cities were covered. And the enemy Jews in the city were controlled. So he was just bouncing from domestic to foreign policy to domestic policy. There was a consistency there. Okay? So, with that being the case, read this. Verse 1. Isaiah 58, verse 1 down.
Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not. Lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgression, and the house of Jacob their sins.
So, what is the lesson Christ is trying to teach us through Isaiah? We have to go every day and show Israel where they need to work on themselves. It's our job to paint the clearest picture possible, to get Israel to be inspired, to fix the things in them. This is everything. Read on.
Yet they seek me daily.
And why do you say yet? Because with all the teaching about transgressions and humility and fighting their battle, what does Israel have a tendency to do? They will say that they're seeking him. They will say that they're studying. They will say that they're reading the same scriptures that you're reading. Read on.
And delight to know my way.
And they will say that they love serving the Most High and that they never had an issue with pleasing the Most High. Or they will say that they always had an acknowledgement that the Most High was with them in their life. Read on.
As a nation that did righteousness.
So what does it say? They're saying Israel walks around every day with the impression that they're actually living the right way and that they're doing the best they can. Right? Does that sound familiar? Israel will walk around every day and swear they're fighting their battle. Swear they're fighting what's inside them and fixing their issue. Read on.
And forsook not the ordinance of their power.
And they will all operate like they're not disconnected to the Father. We will talk as if we've been reading scriptures, listening to class, and that we're not out the Spirit. Read on.
They ask of me the ordinances of justice.
Mm-hmm.
They take delight in approaching to the Most High.
Israel is very strong in operating in the superficial.
Yeah.
Israel will sit back here and delight in approaching to the Most High, not cleaving to the Most High. Israel delights in approaching to the Most High. What does that mean? It says, what does it mean to delight in approaching? You're close but no cigar. We'll read verses. We'll listen. We'll like add. Does them Israelites add verses in classes out and don't know what they're adding? What they mean by adding it? They say this verse. They want to pull a verse and they want to sit back and add to this concept. I hear it all the time. But I'm listening like, you're adding to this verse and you can agree and you can say, Con, I won't help the verse. But are you living what you're saying? Or is Israel as a nation good at approaching to the Most High, but not actually changing and cleaving to the Most High?
Israel's good at being formal.
Yeah.
So it's like they make an attempt, but they don't follow through.
Well, but they don't follow through because they think that their approaching scenario is actually cleaving to the Most High. We sit back here, and because we say we seek Him daily, and we say that we delight to know the Most High. We want to know all these Bible verses as a nation that did right. So we will sit back and come around, wear fringes, operate obedient, and act like we didn't forsake how the Most High wants to be. Then they ask of the ordinance of justice. Israel always wants to know what's the right counsel, what's the right way of doing things, what's the right answer. Yeah. Everybody wants to know the right answer. He says, they take delight in approaching to the Most High. They'll come around. They'll hear some information. It's just like Israel over all the years. We will go to the temple, listen to counsel, listen to godly discourse, listen to the priest, and then go home and live the life we want to live.
Approaching.
They approach it. Israel will approach the temple, but not provide the right sacrifice, because that's where it goes into. Read on.
Wherefore have we fasted, say they, and thou seest not?
And so now, because they're approaching the Most High, they go through the similitudes of doing what it says to please the Most High. They'll go through the rigmarole.
Yeah.
But then they'll say, why have we fasted and the Most High hasn't seen it? Because the question we always ask is, why isn't the Most High blessing me?
Hey, no.
Why isn't he acknowledging my sacrifice? Because all the fast means is the sacrifice I'm bringing to the table. So people will sit back here and do the appearance of servitude, appear like they're approaching the Most High, and then wonder why their sacrifices aren't appreciated. This comes in relationships to how we as men serve the Most High, and it's how sisters serve their husbands. Because if you ask a sister, listen, a sister will be like, how come my husband isn't happy with me? I'm doing this, 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 and this. I'm approaching him. I'm doing all these things that I'm supposed to do. Why am I not getting his response? Just like men. I'm doing all this sacrifice. I'm working for the camp, giving this up. I'm changing this. How come the Most High isn't acknowledging what I'm giving him? Read on.
Wherefore have we afflicted our soul?
Listen, men will sit back here and say they're fasting, say they're inconveniencing themselves, say that they're putting the Most High first, and I'm not getting anything back. Wives will sit back here and play their favorite Mary J. Blige song.
Yeah.
Hell, I'm not gonna cry, I'm not gonna cry, I'm not gonna shed no, I deserve better. Okay. Listen, you can play your favorite Mary J. Blige song. That's okay.
Nobody said
I've been afflicted.
Nobody said what Mary Blige was doing. She never said, I wasn't listening.
She just said I was your lover and your secretary. You don't say all the rebellious things you did. No.
You were a rebellious lover and a rebellious secretary. Every day of the week.
Let the Bible say it.
Okay.
We're gonna let the Bible say it. This is not just our opinion. This isn't.
No, I'm just saying Mary Blige.
Angle.
No, I'm saying look, Mary Blige is fame.
I know.
She's like the modern day Latest in the Blues. What's her name?
Billie Holiday.
She's a modern day Billie Holiday. I mean, everybody feels bad when they hear Billie Holiday sing because Billie Holiday went through hell. She went through hell. Her life sucked. You know the details? Her life was bad. It was horrible, bro. The government paid this dude to get with her because she would sing about people getting hung on trees and getting lynched, and that offended the government. They sent a man to court her to keep her away from those type of topics, and then he hated her the whole time, and it was a waste of her life. That's another story.
But she chose that guy.
But he was paid to be a charmer. He was a paid charmer. He was like a servant. He was a servant. But then Mary,
she still chose it. Anyway.
But then
Whatever.
Mary Blige is the modern version of that Billie Holiday spirit, where she can project her sadness, but she never knows what's the source of it.
Listen, but you know the point is, men have their own Mary J. Blige songs, and women do. Because everybody in their own mind says, I did everything I could. I gave everything I could. I tried. And I still didn't get blessed. I did all this good works, all of this love and dedication, and Most High is not acknowledging, or my husband's not acknowledging. My life is unfair. This is what's been happening pre-Christ. This has been Israel's same song, same tune. So read verse 3 again. And this is going to tie into Jonathan, I promise. This is not just some side angle I'm throwing out there. No, this ties in with Jonathan. Read on.
Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 3. Wherefore have we fasted, say they, and thou seest not? Wherefore have we afflicted our soul, and thou takest no knowledge?
So, our people want to hyper-focus on everything they fasted for the Most High. We want to focus on all the dedication and humility and all the good works that we gave to the Father. And how come the Most High isn't looking at my dedication and my sacrifice? The same way our wives sit back here and say, why don't you acknowledge all the good that I bring to the table? Man and woman have the same dilemma that we deal with in serving the Most High or their husband. What do we want to do? We want everybody to focus on the highlight reel, all the good tape. But even in the sports realm, listen, there's good tape and there's also what? There's bad tape. How about that block you missed? How about that block you whipped? And you purposely whipped because you was tired. How about that assignment you missed? That fumble you had? You get the point? No. We gonna play this fancy music and look at all these good moves. Ooh, I got you. You want to say, oh, look at this move. Oh, I jumped.
We did.
Ooh, look at that move. Well, you don't want to see the bad film. I always never forget coaches that really want you. They'll sit back here. They'll blow over all the little highlights, and they'll start sitting back here. They'll look through all your game film, and they will find that bad game. I remember Yashi's coach looked at this highlight tape, and then he went through all the highlight tapes. And then he asked him, he said, man, what about this game against North Carolina? I was like, bro, it was his worst game of the season, bro. What was it? The first half of that game, he looked like hot garbage. And I was like, you can't hide the film. The film is there.
It's all right.
Now, the second half, you see, it didn't look as bad. His numbers got right. But that first half, I was like, bro. And listen, he had a lot of great games. A lot of great games. He sat back and just, what happened here, man? I just want to know. I just want to know. Listen, you gotta sit back here and be accountable for that bad film. Nobody wants to sit back here.
I know NFL players went there. I know regular.
Listen, he was playing JUCO ball, playing against the best JUCO team in the region, and the defender just had his number. He had like five. You get the ball taken like 3 to 4 times. Like, and the coach had to sit him. He had to sit down for a little bit, man. Watch some basketball, like cool off. He's like, what happened? You were starting point guard. What happened? And you got to sit back and answer. What happened was. What you gonna say? But you play like garbage. Is there any other answer? Or you want to say, but what about my good film? You can't do that. But that's what we do.
Say you watch film too.
I like that.
What does it say? The Most High watches film. But all we want to do is sit back and say, well, Father, look at all of what I fasted for you. And nobody wants to see their bad film. And they don't want to see the effect that their bad conduct had on their husband and how the Most High looked down on them for their bad conduct. Nobody wants to see the effect of their negative. They want people to focus on the effect of their good. The good that they're supposed to do. We're supposed to do good. Why am I hyping up something I'm supposed to do? That's like your child saying, don't I deserve a reward for cleaning my room? Hell no. You're supposed to clean your damn room. Am I right or wrong? Mama, I brushed my teeth this morning. Well, you're supposed to brush your teeth. That wasn't give you candy because you brushed your teeth.
Or the old statement. I feed my kids.
Yeah, you're supposed to feed your kids. You're a black dad. You're supposed to take care of your family. You want a cookie for that? The rest of the known world's been doing it for centuries. You just figured it out post-slavery? Like, what's going on? But you see, that's our nature. Men and women. We forget that we're unprofitable servants. So we're supposed to do the things we are commissioned to do. A wife is supposed to serve their husband. So why are you looking for extra kudos for what you've done and not looking at the intensity and the consequences for what you don't do? Read verse 3 again.
Verse 3. Wherefore have we fasted, say they, and thou seest not? Wherefore have we afflicted our soul, and thou takest no knowledge? Behold, in the day of your fast.
In the day of your fast, meaning the day that you sit back here and you give something up for the Most High in the day of your service to the Most High, in the day of your service to your husband. Read on.
Ye find pleasure.
Because once again, you're still about you. The problem is we try to serve the Most High and also do what we want to do in the midst of our service. And then these are the reasons why as men, we don't get blessed. We do good works, but our outlook's negative. We do good works, but there's still lust involved. We do good works with an expectation of something to come back to us. So the Most High sees us. He knows our intention and doesn't bless us just because we fasted, just because we gave something up, just because we put ourselves last. That's not enough. What good is putting yourself last, but you're angry all the way? Or you have this expectation in your service. Men, if you haven't learned this yet, you will eventually learn. If you do this work with an expectation, you ain't getting nothing back. If you serve the body, commit your life to the work, and you expect something in return, the Most High will draw out anything that you're expecting. But I don't think wives understand that that's their situation either. You're going to sit back here and give and give and give. But if you think you're going to give and get something back, you ain't going to get it. And that's how the Most High corrects the women and he corrects the men. The Most High has equal opportunity correcting. And a lot of times we don't want to accept that reality. So listen, read, behold, in the day that you fast.
Behold, in the day of your fast, ye find pleasure.
In the day of what you're committing to your husband and the Most High, you're still about you. So the $1 million question is this. If you're not getting what you're looking for in your relationship or in your servitude towards the Most High for the men, if you're not getting what you want, you should ask yourself the $1 million question. Where are you exacting your pleasure in the midst of your service? Where are you making it about you in the midst of your service? Because if you can find that out, you can find out why the Most High isn't coming through for you. Now read on.
And exact all your pleasure.
He said, no. He said, read it, behold, from the top.
Behold, in the day of your fast.
In the day of what you do for the Most High. Read on.
Ye find pleasure. And exact all your labor.
And what do you mean by exact? What does that mean? You're precise about all the things you do. How many times when you give to the Most High, you can count all the things you do well. As a wife, you can sit back here and you're specific with all the labors you've done. I did this, I gave this up, I gave this up, I gave this up. I was such a good person. But we never take the time to exact or to be precise about all the bad that you do. That's how you know you have pride. Because we think that we should be measured off of all the good we do and not off of the pleasure that we keep pursuing in our effort. And this is why we're always disconnected from the Spirit. And this is why we're always detached from blessing. Because all we do is keep score of all of our good works. And then we're just shocked that the Most High don't honor it. But we don't take the time to exact our selfishness, our pride, our doubt, our lack of humility, our hatred. We don't take the time to focus on what am I not doing right. We focus on I studied, I came to class, and then, I checked all the boxes. I should be getting a blessing coming down the pipe soon. That process is why you don't get the Most High's recognition, or you don't get your husband's recognition. Read on.
Behold, ye fast for strife and debate.
This is what you do. You go to all the classes, you listen to all the scriptures, but your mind is fixated on strife and debate. Let's look it up. Let's look up strife. 1828. I want number 1, number 2, and number 3. All of them. Strife. He says, what he's saying is, in the midst of all of your good works, in the midst of all of your servitude, there's still these things inside of you. So he's like, you want me to look at your service, you want me to look at the fast, what you're giving up. But in the midst of you giving these things up, what are you putting out? Read strife in 1828.
Line 1 or 1. Exertion.
Meaning effort, energy. So in the midst of me doing good works, where's my energy? Where's my effort and focus at? Read on.
Or contention for superiority.
How many times as men in the truth do we fight for control in a situation? Do we sit back here and control the direction the Most High is trying to take? Whenever we try to control the direction the Most High is trying to take men, all the work we're bringing to the table is for naught. Because he's not going to bless good works if we're trying to control how the good works are dispersed, if we're trying to control the direction the Most High is taking us in the good works that we're given. Because men have to give for free with no expectation. When we try to control and how the direction the Most High takes the works I give, we don't get the recognition for it. But the Most High is the same thing with women. Read the definition of strife again.
Strife, exertion or contention for superiority.
If you are serving your husband, but you're always contending about why he does it this way, that means you're in the spirit of strife. Listen, how many of us serve our husband? We do what we're told, but we don't agree with how it's done. Or we're questioning, he doesn't make sense to me. I don't understand why he does it this way. Then are you really following? Or you'll sit back here and your husband takes you this direction. And your contention is, why don't you do it this way? This would make more sense. Why can't we go this direction? We will get to that spot quicker. How many of us have been in those situations? Didn't they tell Moses that? Didn't they say, listen, Moses, we can get to the land of milk and honey straight during the Via Mars. Why do we have to go through the desert to get to the land of milk and honey? Didn't the people question Moses the same way? And didn't they want to kill him? Were they wicked or righteous? Because they fought the direction Moses took them. Moses took them to the longer path that made less logical sense. And the people was like, that doesn't make sense. That's the longer path. That's not wisdom. Weren't they referred to as wicked and rebellious for arguing with Moses?
Well, you look at the Most High's punishment, it'll determine whether they were righteous or wicked.
Or what's that?
And
I want people to make the answer. Listen, when you contend with the leader,
if you look at the punishment, the consequence, it'll give you the answer.
God.
The Most High sent flying snakes out the ground.
So the answer is they were wicked.
Yeah.
Because so once again, it's following and serving and fasting and the things you do for the Most High. It doesn't matter if you're being asked to do something in an abstract way or it doesn't make sense. Your fasting will not be considered because the servitude has to be done purely. This is why so many wives don't figure it out. They think they're doing so much. They think they're doing so much good by serving. But if you're not serving and accepting that you can't inject your way and serve at the same time, that's not servitude, because that's no different than us. I can't serve and do my work for the body and inject my opinion in the midst of it. Because when I do that, I don't get recognized. But our people, our women, our wives will sit back here and do quote unquote good works. But they want to do it their way. And they want their way to be accepted. And if it's not accepted, the husband doesn't love me. Why doesn't my husband love me? I'm only pushing what I think is right. But it's not about right and wrong. It's not about logic. If my husband wants to go this direction and this direction takes 3 hours long, then you know what? That's his right. And maybe the Most High has me with a person that's going to go a different, longer, more abstract direction, because I got to learn to follow, because I have a problem with following. Maybe that's the answer. Maybe the Most High got you with a person that's opposite because you lack the capacity to come out of your way of doing things. And because you lack the capacity to come out of your way of doing things, you can do all you want as fast as you want. You're doing it wrong. Because you're supposed to operate at the pace of the man the Most High got over you. It doesn't matter if your way makes more sense. Your way doesn't make sense because you're not following. So that means you're out the spirit. And if you're out the spirit, you could be doing your thing for 5, 10, 15 years. You're still wrong. And that's why the disconnect is the way it is. I've seen men do things their way for 10, 15 years, and the Most High don't acknowledge them. Then they get mad. They don't get blessed and ranked up, but they do things their way continuously. And they never learn to submit. They never learn to put their opinion to the backside. Because it's about that. Your way doesn't matter. And it takes decades for people to realize that sometimes. Just because it makes 1,000% sense in your mind doesn't mean the Most High is with you. And this is why people, I don't want to send my husband. Because you keep doing things the way you want. The things that are logical to you. And until you accept that how you look at things is completely off, then you can learn. You can't learn. You can't properly fast or serve until you stop doing things your way. That is what being a servant truly is. When people are saying they're trying to understand and I'm trying to do this, people are trying because they still are trying to do things their way and do it another person's way. You can't do it that way. Your way has to be kaput. Your way don't make sense no more. Until you accept you can't do it your way and your way don't work anymore. That is the only way your fast will be accepted. But that hurts. Because who wants to accept that it's not about your way at all? And you can do good works for years, but if you're doing good works for years with your lens, it's not going to be accepted. And that's where the contention comes from. Once again, the first definition of strife is exertion, meaning energy, or contention for superiority. People think that in a marriage, the greatest wisdom works. Doesn't. It's not about if what you think makes sense. It's about how well of a servant are you? How good of a servant are you? Can you sit back here and push aside what makes sense to you and learn it another way and see value in things being done another way? You can do all the surface work of a wife and it means nothing until you value your husband's perspective and the thinking and the process and the way that makes sense to him. People literally, you know what people do? They do things their way. They struggle for what? Superiority. Superiority of opinion. So you're walking around here fighting for superiority of opinion, but they seek the Most High daily. They study. They delight to know the Most High's way. Most High is so wise and great and powerful. I'm looking for righteousness. You know, I'm not forsaking the ordinance of the Most High. This is verse 2, just so you know. Isaiah 58. Everybody will sit back here and seek the Most High, study, come to class, but I'm fighting to push my method. I'm fighting to see things my way. I want to know the ordinance of justice to all the wicked Israelites that don't come to class and serve the Most High. I want to know how the wicked's going to get punished and get stung. I'm glad I'm not like them. They're wicked. They're out here doing drugs. They're out here doing crime. They're on a Sabbath party. I'm not doing that. I'm righteous. But I'm fighting for my method to be looked at the right way. I think my method makes more sense to you. So if my method makes more sense than yours, and I'm the wife, I might as well get in the club. I'm just as wicked. Y'all know that? You're just as negative as the person that's snorting lines running the streets. Because rebellion is rebellion. Rebellion is rebellion. And then we'll sit back here like, man, how come the Most High not blessing me? How come the Most High stinging me in my life? How come the Most High not honoring my fast? Because your fast is full of strife and debate. I don't agree. I don't see it your way. My way makes better sense. If the wife constantly is looking at the flaws and the deficiencies of the husband, then you can't serve and see your husband in that light at the same time. And expect to get blessed. It ain't gonna work. That's why it says, you fast, you do good works, with this constant comparative mind in your head. And you can't serve and do good works for your husband and still tear him down in your mind and tell yourself that you can do things better than him. Have a lack of respect. Because when a person is contending over method, that's a lack of respect.
Oh, they'll just say I'm asking a question.
Yeah, but asking questions is contention. It's strife and debate. And it's fighting and jockeying for superiority of method. Because I'm asking questions because you don't make no sense. I'm asking questions because how you do things don't make sense. And if it doesn't make sense, what is the only way for it to make sense? It's to let go of what makes sense to you and follow until it makes sense. That's the problem. People want to ask questions to understand, but they're trying to understand from their mind. You have to let go of what makes sense to you and learn how to look at things like your husband is. Because if you don't do that, you're really not serving them. Then the question is, have you ever served? If you don't understand how he thinks, then how well did you serve him? Or maybe you just served him on the surface. He likes his sandwich this way. He likes his meals this way. He likes the outward this way. Just like the Jew in Isaiah 58:2. I know how to serve from the outside, but I don't know how to let go of my mind and take on my husband's mind. And if you never learn how to take on your husband's mind, this is why your fasts aren't ever received. This is why your sacrifices you feel you will never appreciate it, because your works didn't deserve appreciation. And that's the truth. Your works were never good enough. Because if you don't learn how to give your mind to how he does things, then you're really not serving. You're sitting back here and fighting for intellectual superiority and not pride. And you're really trying to fight to be the man in the marriage. And how can two walk together unless they're agreed? You know what the agreement is? We're going to do it my husband's way. Yeah. And it doesn't matter what makes sense or not. It doesn't matter if where he drives is the longer route, or how he does things takes longer, or it's more inconvenient. What does that got to matter with you being in order? Because if you got all these questions about why, that means you're a bad servant. And that is the reality check about wives and brothers. We're horrible servants because we're opinionated, and we think because we're just so logical, and we went to these schools and we're just so smart that we lack the ability to that. Your mind don't mean crap if you can't adapt to the husband that you chose. All that Bible knowledge means nothing.
But the Most High said to obey is better than sacrifice.
You can study all damn day long. What good? You know what the scripture does? What the problem is with studying? Knowledge does what? You lose the ability to follow because you overstudy. You study so damn much you can't serve. You study so much you can't sit back here and let go of your ego and follow. Because I'm asking so many questions. Sometimes the answer is just do it how you're told to do it, and then you'll get the answer later. Weren't we told that years ago? Listen, just shut the hell up and do what you're told, and you'll get the understanding later. But that's too much like right. Because we've got too much pride. I got to know where we're going, when we're going, what time we're going, in what circumstances we're going. And I think I have the right to debate if this is the right decision or not. You don't. Give me time. You were sitting back here saying, I guess we're going to have to just go down with the ship. If this is it, this is it. We literally were like those damn musicians in damn Titanic, brothers.
He's playing the biggest center.
We will go down with this ship, and I'll live with it. We said it. We'll just go down with it because you know why? It's about being in order. And I'm not going to sit back and bail out because I don't agree with the person over me's dumb decision. I got to go down with the ship. Do you believe in Christ or not? And if men got to do it, why can't you? Because you got pride. So because Israel or women have pride, then just know you won't get recognized. You won't get the blessings. You won't get your husband's respect. It's very simple. And then, oh man, I don't know if I want to stay here or not. Okay, cool. Then don't. Because you've still been out of order this whole time. You can walk around and lie to yourself and play your Mary J. Blige song for all the good you did, but you don't focus on where your pleasure was. And a lot of our women's pleasure, we think because I didn't cheat on you, I'm righteous. You're still cheating on him when you want to push your opinion over his, when you want to debate him, when there's contention over superiority of method. You might as well get a new guy. I want to say the five-letter word. You might as well get another N-word. Because you're still cheating on him. Because you just can't give up your opinion. You just swear your way makes more sense. And that's why wives and husbands can't get along and can't stay together. Let's get the other definition straight.
It says contest of emulation.
It's contest of emulation. It's a contest. This is what a lot of times marriages are. It's a contest for what method makes more sense. And I don't agree with your method. I don't agree with how you keep the house up. I don't agree with how you have the garage. I don't agree with how we raise the children. I don't agree with how the finances are set up. Isn't that what the fighting is about? Right or wrong? And every time you fight, you're disconnected. Your sacrifice means less in the eyes of the Most High. Your fasting means less. Every time you contend, and you know what, but for the ultra slick people sometimes contend with their words, others contend in their mind. So just because you contend quietly don't make you righteous. You're just as wicked. So when you contend in silence, Or you sit back here, you're on full-blown war mode. Both sides are wicked because you're contending. Because if you want your fast or your sacrifice to matter, how well are you fasting? Are you fasting in the spirit of contention, not agreeing? And if you are, then your efforts won't be acknowledged. Give me the next one.
Either by intellectual or physical efforts.
That's the point. Listen, a lot of times wives try to intellectually run circles around their husband. Because they think intellectually, I got a one over on you. You're slower than me. Then I can out talk you. I can out reason. And then I can show you that my way is better. That is pure wickedness. Because a true servant, even if you think you're intellectually more superior, you still got to slow down at their pace. Or you're not a good servant. And this is the problem with Israel. Israel don't know how to serve, but they can quote Bible verses. Israel don't know how to submit themselves to being in order. But they can sure in the hell read verses. They can sure in the hell go through all the physical outward actions. But they don't know how to stop intellectually competing with their husband. As soon as you see a flaw in your husband, you throw it right over you hang it over his face. You can't do this. You're not good at this. This is why I can't trust you. Listen, you're supposed to serve regardless. And when you want to play that game, just know the Most High ain't honoring you. And all that work you claim you're doing is for nothing. Because you're really a poser, really. You're really a poser wife. Just like men are posers when they sit back here and they have condition to their servitude. Read number 1 again. We're going to read the hell out of this. We're going to make, listen, I don't think we're going to get further than this. We're going to ride this out. Read it again.
Line 1. Exertion or contention for superiority.
This is what makes marriages go south. There is always a contention for superiority of method, approach. I don't understand why he does it this way. Why would a person say that? A person says that because they think their way is more what? Superior. And if you think your way is more superior, you still got to serve. You still have to set aside what makes so much sense to you and do it his way. That's what makes servitude actually servitude. When you have to follow somebody that don't make no sense to you. That's what we had to do. Remember all those customs we had about orders, product orders? Yep. And I didn't understand why I had to make 3 bill sheets. Yep. Why make 3 bill sheets? The bill sheet's right here. No, I need to see the bills we have to pay now. It's right here. No, I need to see a separate piece of paper. Some of the bills. Rewrite it all over. I'm like, why? You know what that meant? I didn't want to serve. Then just get off your tail and write it again. That's what servitude looks like. But men have to do this every day. Women don't got to do it. That's the hypocrisy in y'all. Ribs can always talk about being a hypocrite. But they're hypocrites every day. They'll say that they're serving the Most High, but they're questioning their husband every day of the week. And wonder why the Spirit ain't with them. Continue.
Contest of emulation.
It's always a contest. I'm trying to compete with you. A lot of marriages is about competition. I got to sit back here and show you where you're off. Don't show me where I'm at. You're the husband. You're supposed to sit back here and be perfect. And if you're not perfect, why should I fight my battle? That's that contest of emulation. No accountability. Why can't both issues be correct? How about if there's an argument between a husband and a wife, and the wife is saying, hey, there's things you aren't doing. Okay. But what about the things you're not doing? If a marriage is going to work, what should she be focusing on? The things she don't do. But if not, it's a contest of an emulation. I don't see you do it, so why should I have to do it? And a lot of times, things still have to be reset. Wives still have to serve their husband. You know, husbands are being considerate when we teach them to outwork their ribs. That's the spiritual answer. The spiritual answer is the husband needs to lead from the front. And we teach men this all the time. But what if in an arena, the husband hasn't gotten to that point and he ain't perfect? So you have the carte blanche to be disrespectful and be out of order? But the problem is they do. Women think they can still sit back here and be disrespectful because you haven't perfected this shit. That's that emulation, that tit for tat. Oh, you ain't fixed this. You're unorganized. So because you're unorganized in this, I have the right to disrespect you and look down on you. Is that not emulation? It happens all the time. But Israelites, they fast, they do this work, and they still look at their partner the wrong way. And then they wonder why the Most High don't bless them. It makes their walk grievous. But keep going.
Either by intellectual or physical efforts.
And that's the point. Men like to sit back and show superiority by physical domination. When I'm getting checked, what do I want to do? I'm gonna put my hands on you to set you up. Women go intellectual. I'm gonna sit back here and I'm just gonna wear you down with my words. Why is it that way? Why? Tell me why it's this one. Because if I ask another question, you're gonna give up and walk away. First, it's just shutting the hell up and doing your job. That's pride. And that back and forth. You know, Israelites do. I'm not breaking the law this happening. This is what it was. You'll do good works, but mixed in with this strife and bitterness and contention, and wonder why the Most High don't honor it. Because your intentions and your sacrifice is impure. But you expect your husband to love you because you do all this. You're the greatest wife ever. You're not the greatest wife ever. You're making your husband's life a living hell. And you don't even know it. Your grandma was a better wife. Yep. Let's get to number 2.
Number 2, contention in anger or enmity.
It's always in anger or enmity because the wife can't get past what you ain't doing, but can't see that your negativity is triggering his disrespect. You don't see it. You don't see that your contention is why he backs away from you. Your constant asking questions that are unnecessary is why there's so much enmity in the house. We deal with it at the zone every day. How come I don't get rank? Shit, you don't know how to follow. You want rank, you want respect. You don't want things thrown in your face about what you're not doing, but you don't know how to maintain order. Basic order. It's in the men's room. Wives the same way. How can you have been with your husband for more than a couple years and not understand him? Because you're constantly pushing your way. You think your way is right. You think how you do things is superior. But I'm gonna do what I'm told thing, but I really don't buy it. You know how many wives do that? But they don't tell themselves they're fake. They tell themselves they're in order because I did what I was told. But you do it grudgingly. You do it and say, this man ain't making no damn sense. Why do I have to follow this? This isn't wise. You know, this man's decision is going to put us through greater harm. I don't want to do this, but I'm going to lock in. Are you really locking in with all those strong opinions in your head? Hell no, you're not locking in. You're actually anti your husband. And then with all these negative thoughts you got in, so now you choose your words wisely. But the thoughts are still there. That means you're intentionally negative. But you expect, I'm just this humble wife just locking in. I love my husband and family. No, you don't. Stop lying. You don't love your family. You don't love your husband. You hate every minute of it. So when the Most High treats you that way, when the Most High treats you like a wife that doesn't love and respect her husband, you don't understand why your life is so hard. Why the boss is so harsh on you? And the situation in my life where everything is so difficult. Because you make your husband's life difficult. You ain't put that together? And then what do men do and what wives do? I'm just a wicked person. I guess I'm just the worst person in the world. Yes, the answer is yes, you are. So what are you going to do about it? Because when people are, I'm just horrible, I'm going to kill myself. No, people do it all the time. People, I'm going to kill myself. Oh, no, babe, don't do that. I love you too much for you to do that. Oh, that's a smoke screen. Whoosh. It's a smoke screen so that you don't got to deal with my wickedness. Let's deal with, I'm on the bottom of the totem pole when it comes to my crappy relationship with my husband. Now, you got to start from the damn bottom and work your way up. Instead of having those conversations, I'm going to cry and give you devil's tears about how I'm just not good enough. How many times I'm just not good enough? Well, you know, why don't you get good enough? Why don't you change enough in yourself to get good? Versus playing, I'm just not good enough. Find you in the ring. All that crap. That's a cop-out. That's a coward's answer. Because you just don't want to fight what's inside of you. Because you're lazy. You're spiritually lazy. Shame on you if you're doing it. And the Most High ain't with you. You can lie to yourself all day and tell yourself you're doing such a great job and you're such a great wife and you're such a great mother, but you're a liar. And you've walked around with this delusion for many years. And you think the Spirit's with you, but it ain't.
Couple one scripture.
Please rush. Yes. Right on.
Proverbs 12 and 8.
Proverbs chapter 12 and verse 8.
I pulled it last night and pulled it again because it's the same thing. Read.
Proverbs chapter 12 and verse 8. A man shall be commended according to his wisdom.
A man is known and commended for according to the right. Wisdom is just doing things the right way. Doing things the right way as Christ would do, because Christ is the right method. So if a man is applying Christ's method, then he will be known. He'll be known about based on how well he applied the mind of Christ. A woman will also be known based off of how well she applies the mind of Christ, because the mind of Christ is wisdom. Read.
But he that is of a perverse heart.
Stop. He does of a what?
Perverse heart.
We skip that word because it's not a common language in our vernacular. 8:28, perverse.
Turn aside.
Okay.
Distorted from the right.
Distorted from the right. My mind is distorted from what's right in the eyes of Christ. I don't consider what's right in the eyes of Christ. I consider what's right to me. And I am not Christ. Read.
Obstinate in the wrong.
Obstinate means I'm stubborn in doing things the wrong way. I'm stuck on my way. That's obstinate. Or that's opposite of Christ's mind. Christ is not about being stuck on the wrong method. Christ is about being stubborn and stuck on the right way of doing things. What pleases my Father in heaven.
Well, how about this? I got to cut you off.
Yeah.
Because when it comes to these husbands and wives, the argument's not about righteousness. It's about opinion and method. There's no issue with the law. It's about, I don't agree with how you do. I don't agree with how you pay bills. I don't agree with how you drive. I don't agree with how you organize garages. I don't agree with the methodology and how we're raising these children. I don't agree with how you get up in the morning. I don't agree with the damn breakfast you make. I don't agree with anything. That's what the arguments are, am I right or wrong? Yeah. Are the discussions and arguments about the Torah and the intricacies of the law? They ain't got nothing to do with it. I don't like how, I came from the outside, so I'm not trying to take away your point. But when people sit back here and talk about following Christ
Christ was a good servant.
That was what I was.
That's my point.
Following
Christ is not a bad servant.
It's about following and accepting that your method don't matter when it comes to your marriage. What you think is smart, what your mama told you, what you think your house, you thought your house was run so good and you're used to it. Who gives a damn about how your house was ran? You got to learn that whatever the hell good or perceived bad habits your husband brings to the table, you better lock into that. Because your lack of an ability to adapt to how he runs his house shows you how poor of a servant you are. And that's what we don't want to understand. We want to sit back here and say that, okay, I'm looking at how my husband does his thing. I think I do this better than him. So I want to fight for it. I want to push this because I think it's better. Your method don't matter. And that is what a good servant is. Your method doesn't matter. We agree in Christ. And because we agree in Christ, then you better learn that your method don't mean nothing and your husband's method is what needs to be followed. Come hell or high water, if this guy pays every bill late, then we're gonna be the late paying this bill people in the damn house, in the nation. If the lights get cut off, we're gonna sit back here and be happy with these lights off. If the backyard and the front yard grass ain't cut, then we're gonna have the nastiest damn grass cutting house in the damn nation. Whatever horrible, catastrophic scenario you can envision in your house, accept it.
He's a low earner.
He's a low earner. You know what? Then you better make some shit shake. You better make like boot soup. You know, those old shows they sit back here making soup out of nothing. Potato. You better make some potato soup. What's that? You better sit back and make whatever the hell you can make it pop. If my husband's disorganized, we're gonna sit back here and we're gonna make whatever clutter is gonna be here, we're gonna make it how it is. How many of y'all learn how to serve that way? With a smile, with acceptance. You're lying if you say yes, because you fight it every day. And that's why your efforts aren't accepted by the Heavenly Father. We already know the law. The law's already here. We got it. Cool. No prime and Sabbath. No to that easement. We get that. The issue is, I don't agree with how what you do doesn't make me feel a certain way. I'm not in love because you don't do things how I think it should be. That is where you disconnect and where you sever your ties with the Most High. Because you're pushing for your way and you want to contend with why isn't the way that makes you feel like you love me. So once again, since the beginning of time, people will go to the temple, go to the house of the Lord. I want to know about this. I want to know about these laws, these statutes. I want to learn about these scriptures. I want to learn about these gatherings. I want to learn about these clothes, fringes, these outfits. But I don't want to learn about how your opinion don't matter. Let's learn about that. Let's read scriptures and have dialogue about how your opinion doesn't matter for nothing. That's the realest it can come. Are you going to accept it or not? Your opinion don't matter. You're a servant. Any questions in this dialogue? Let's go. Now we're going to continue. Number 2 again.
Number 2, contention in anger or enmity, contest, struggle for victory.
It's a struggle for victory. But what's the victory? In my opinion, the method of how this house needs to run, it needs to be done my way. And I'm aggravated that you don't see it and see the value in my way. And I got to carry your burdens. Why do I got to carry your dysfunction? I got to carry my perceived dysfunction of how you do things. That's not fair. That's not what I signed up for. You said you signed up to serve Christ. That's what serving Christ is about. Read on.
Quarrel or war.
It's all war of method and opinion. And then what we think we do, I don't agree. I'm at war up here, but I'll physically do what I'm told. And I tell myself that's being in order. It's not in order. Because if you can't buy in and accept your husband's way, whether you see it and makes sense or not, this is how it is, this is how it's going to be. Let me give my mind to this. And let me give my mind to doing it this way. If you can't do that, you're at war with it. And if you're at war with your husband, you're not a servant. You're trying to operate on equal footing. And if you're trying to war to be on an equal footing, the Most High is not going to bless you anyway. All your good works aren't going to register in the Most High's eyes. And the more you play this game, do you want to burn 20 years disagreeing with your husband? You want to burn 25 years at war with him? Sisters do. Then they want, how come that ain't blessed me? How come my life sucks? How come I'm going through all these ups and downs? Well, you know what? You've been fighting your husband for a dub, for a dime. But you expect Most High's acknowledgement and your husband's acknowledgement when you've been fighting him tooth and nail this whole time? Third definition.
Number 3, opposition, contrariety.
Listen, and that's what marriages are. It's just, listen, first of all, I don't care what two people the Most High brings together. There's going to be a nothing but contrarieties in the mix. There's going to be opposites, opposite ways of processing, opposite ways of living, opposite ways of rearing, opposite ways of everything. But the problem is, all marriages are that. It's just a myriad of contrary methods. But the scripture says, how can two walk together unless they be agreed? The two have to become one. But how do the two become one? Somebody has to make a decision that their way is no longer going to be contrary to the other person's way. The problem is, the wife got to make that decision. The wife has to accept that my way no longer matters in order for two to be one. It's the same thing in rank amongst men. How many times there's disagreements at the work site about method?
All the time.
Disagreements about the direction the camp might be going. Ultimately, everybody has to set aside what they think makes sense and lock into the one God. You think husbands and wives are any different? No, it's not. And the constant fighting, the constant contrariety that comes in marriage is still rebellion. And that contrariety is why the Most High doesn't honor the household. And the household can't operate in peace because of the contrariety. In the world, the men end up just giving in. But that's not the Most High. The Most High is opposite. Men have to understand that their opinion no longer matters in this realm. This is why so many men don't stay in camps. Because they don't want to give up their way. Men want to do things their way. And they don't want to serve. And they don't want to be obedient to the direction somebody else goes. And that's why men don't stay in. And that is where the hypocrisy comes with men. I don't gotta lock into nobody, but damn it, you gotta lock into me. But that is the dilemma of men. With men,
That's how all these alternative camps are created.
kind of.
You know,
I don't want to have to just be obedient to methods that make me uncomfortable.
we're the nation of Israel, but I'm gonna make a camp called Israel of the Nation.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just
Yes.
switch it around a little bit.
Yep. Yes.
Switch it,
Exactly.
'cause I don't agree.
There's gonna be this acronym and letters. You keep changing things up because I don't want to just serve. Well, you know the crazy thing is, but we can understand to a T how women have to be obedient, and the contrariness is just so wicked. But the truth is, it still doesn't change the fact that women have to let go of what makes sense to them. It doesn't matter if you were raised this way. It doesn't matter if you see things this way. This is what your mama taught you and your daddy taught you. You gotta let that go. That's what being a new man or a new woman in Christ is. Once again, the issue is not about the law. Why is there still rifts in the household when the issue ain't the law? It's the wife. It's still contrary. Listen, can two things be right at the same time? What I mean is this. When we're in council, right, and we hear about how the husband's the big bad wolf. Cool. The husband can be the big bad wolf, and the wife can be contrary at the same time. How about the wife, if you are really a servant, has to follow that husband and has to fall when he falls? How many, listen, have you thought about servants that worked back in the day with farms that failed? No. Listen, not all servants was in a big house that flourished. Some servants had to just sit back here and suffer off of the leader's mistakes. Can you do that? Are you humble enough to rise when things make sense and fall when he's learning? We had to do that. Right or wrong. Our lives had to be permanently changed off of our leaders' failures. How come you can't rise or fall with your leaders' ups and downs? Because you got pride and you're not a good servant, and your service is contingent upon things working out the way you want to work out. That means you're an assassin. You're a hired gun. You do things to get something out. You'll serve good if you get something out of the deal. You're not really a good servant, because a good servant doesn't contend with the things that are working out or not working out. And this is where the contentions and the contrariety and the contrasting of approaches constantly rip a household together. Rip a household apart. If a wife is a good wife, she sits back here and learns how to follow when it's beneficial to the family or when the family got to take an L. Can you still serve with gladness and joyfulness of heart? Many times the wife doesn't, and this is why she's not in order. And this is why her works aren't honored. That doesn't change the fact that the husband has to learn from his mistakes. The husband still has to learn.
There's also an illusion. There's an illusion. Because if everything was perfect, everything was outwardly, externally, and aesthetically perfect as possible, that lack of happiness or anger or that contentious spirit will still be there. The spirit doesn't change because you get your way. Because when they get their way, they're still not happy.
And they want more. Listen, but I don't want to go all there.
Yeah, they're not going there. But I mean, I'm just saying
Yes.
I'm just saying how powerful that contentious striving spirit is. We think we're striving for outcome, but if you get the outcome, I promise you, give it 3 months. Outcome you want, still upset.
Look at that. Fix what's inside of you, which is how to follow.
And once again, the strife is that contrary. And contrariety comes off by over asking a question. Listen, if you don't understand, just follow. Just follow. Just do. And if you're so smart that you can't figure it out, just mimic action. Just mimic. People have this paralysis by analysis. I don't get it. Then just follow my action. Do that. Just do this. Just do that. Then they'll say, I don't understand what you're doing. Just move your arm like this. People don't follow. But it doesn't make sense. Oh, there you go. It doesn't make sense. You want to do things your way. And then wonder why you don't understand. Because you're looking at it from a lens that only makes sense to you. Let go of your lens and do it this way. Simplify your life. But people don't want a husband like that. They want a husband on their terms. Anyway, I think that's enough. Of the strife. Let's go back to verse 4.
But you said the approaching. There's a delight.
Yeah. We delight. Listen, you know what it is? We delight approaching them. We're like 1,000 feet from them.
No, I'm saying,
we're approaching it.
No, we delight in being surfing. Because the approach is surfing. I'm approaching.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I'm not there yet. I just like entertainment that comes with the process of approaching.
Yeah.
But if I was really about pleasing the Lord, I'm about the good and bad that comes with pleasing to the Lord.
Yep. And accepting it.
and the discomfort that comes with pleasing the Lord.
Mm-hmm.
I just like the robotic, formal, ceremonial aspect
Yeah.
of approaching Christ.
But people contend with, and they strive for things because whatever you're asking for doesn't make them feel comfortable. The point is, how you feel about the situation got to do with the price of tea in China. How you feel doesn't matter. A good servant does what they have to do, despite how it makes them feel. That's what service is. But we classify service as I have to be into it and be into the spirit of it in order for it to matter. That's not servitude. That's not good service. How you feel doesn't matter. I don't know what to say. We're going to keep on. Let's go back to verse 4.
Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 4.
I'm trying to get to Jonathan, but I don't know if we'll get to the tie-in of Jonathan. Continue. Verse 4.
Behold, ye fast.
Meaning we do good works. We deny ourselves. But we're still in the spirit of strife. Read on.
Ye fast for strife and debate.
And debate. Give me number 1 for debate. 1828. If this isn't the root of why marriages don't work, I don't know what to say. It ain't the law. I'm leaving you because I can't eat pork anymore. I can't eat these mushrooms. Or I can't eat marshmallows. I'm out of here. That's not why people break up. That's not why marriages suck. Read debate.
Debate. Contention in the word.
It's always contention in words. It's always arguments. It's always debates. It's always a fight over a method and a struggle over why is it got to be this way? Why do you make me feel uncomfortable? Why are you making me do something I'm not comfortable doing? That's in the realm of the law. Read on.
Contention in words or argument. Discussion first.
Elucidating.
Elucidating truth.
What is elucidate? I need to find this one out.
That playing or something?
Elucidate.
Elucidate. To make clear or manifest. To explain.
So, listen, arguments all you don't see it how I see it. I have to elucidate this for you.
Yeah.
I got to sit back here. If I elucidate this information for you, then you're what? You'll see it my way.
Yeah.
This is what a wife is doing. Half the argument is a wife elucidating. It was elucidate. Stop damn elucidating. Because the arguments are about the wife elucidating why her method should be followed.
It says the act of providing clarification.
Because obviously, my husband telling me to do it this way, he doesn't see it this way because my way is better. My way makes more sense. So let me clearly elucidate why your method doesn't make sense and my method makes sense.
Or even if your method don't make sense, I just don't want to do it.
But I definitely don't want to do it.
Yeah.
But I want to elucidate why my way makes more sense and it's more wise. Isn't that not why arguments are always happening? I don't agree with your method. So let me elucidate or break something. That's the answer. I'm going to break stuff or I'm going to elucidate. I'm going to argue with words. Some people are very good with their words, are very convincing. So they'll just argue or it'll be a lot of sarcasm and elucidating to explain why your method makes more sense than following your husband's method, regardless of how it makes you feel. Does that make sense? Listen, hopefully it makes sense. So, elucidate. That was a good one. Elucidate. Now let's go back to the word debate.
Debate. Contention in words or arguments. Discussion for elucidating truth.
I have to clearly paint my truth so you can understand me. And the thing is this, we're supposed to understand you, but not do what you want. Can both things be true? I heard what you said, but I still want it done this way. Too many times we don't accept that deal. Because we think if I elucidate this clearly to you, you will see it my way and you'll do it my way. That's what we do all the time. Expecting the Most High to honor us and thinking that this argument and these type of debates, the Most High gives us a thumbs up, and he doesn't. Regardless of what you're fasting for, regardless of what you're giving, regardless of what you're committing yourself to. If you're committing yourself and you're still arguing and debating, he's not going to honor you. That's why Paul said in one verse, he says, do good. No. It's Philippians 2 and 14. I'm just going to read it real quick. It's a very quick verse. Philippians 2 and 14 says, do all things without disputing. What? Is that how marriage is? Hell no. It's all of the elucidating, all of the deliberating, all of the damn debating. So let's get back in debating. Continue on.
God, driving argument or reasoning between persons of different opinions.
Time. That is where the issues are. There's this constant struggle of opinions, methodology, and the wife is fighting her tail off to paint the clearest picture so it can be done her way. First is just accepting you already know your way. Your way don't matter. Letting go of your way and serving your husband is how the Most High acknowledges you. I'm telling you, I worked under a man that was opposite of me, and he worked under a man that was opposite of him. And I used to always say, damn, how come I didn't work with the guy above him? It would have made more sense. But the problem is we were too much the same. I would have never learned humility working with a guy that thinks just like me. But the guy under him needed him. And I needed to be under the guy that didn't make no sense to me. Because that's how I learned how to serve. It wasn't, listen, the person over me didn't make no sense. Methods, decisions made no sense. And you know what? The things that didn't make sense, if he would have did it the way I did it, it would have been easy. It would have yielded a better fruit for him. But it wasn't about that. I was supposed to serve because I had to realize it was not about me. What we teach, we live it. We've had to serve people that didn't make no damn sense to us and still be obedient and still eat the company line. Didn't we? We did not just do it. We had to sit back and accept it and buy into it. Because if we didn't buy into it, the Most High will curse us. It ain't about right and wrong. It ain't about superior methodology. It's about serving. People don't understand that. And they wonder why they're disconnected to the Father. Because most people don't know what obedience looks like. Your logic, your method, you value your logic and method too much to learn how to follow Christ. Okay, let's get back to verse 4. We're going to roll.
Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 4. Behold, ye fast for strife and debate.
You fast, but that spirit of debate and strife's inside. Read on.
And to smite with the fist of wickedness.
Your methodology is still wicked. You're doing good works with wicked intention, with the wicked mind, with the perverse mind. Read on.
Ye shall not fast as ye do this day.
Because the problem is people think wickedness is just literally breaking the Ten Commandments. Wickedness is contending and have difference of opinion. How many of us knew that? You're wicked when you can't listen, it's nothing wrong with having a difference of opinion. The wickedness is in the debating of your way. The wickedness is in not accepting that the way to go is the way your husband wants you to go. That's what the wickedness is. How many of y'all knew that? And if you didn't know that, that's why you've lost so much traction and time in your marriage. Because you've been wicked. Everybody's looking out for the big mistakes. I didn't do this. I didn't cross the line here. But you're wicked every single day, contending with your husband. That's what it means when it says you're smiting with the fist of wickedness. Every day you're still being wicked, but you lie to yourself and say you're righteous because you didn't leave. I didn't take another man. That doesn't make, listen, you're going to be destroyed for that. That's dead. But you're still slowly dying inside being wicked every day. Wow. Taking the moral high road. I didn't do that. I didn't take the nigga's number. I don't make you righteous. Continue.
Ye shall not fast as ye do this day, to make your voice to be heard on high.
The Most High is not going to hear your voice. He's not going to hear your request because you're not putting the work in the right way every day. You're not doing the right things every day. You're not putting yourself last every day, but you expect all this good? You're delusional. Who are you communicating to and telling yourself this is the right way of looking at it? Because these are the same people that read the Bible every day, that go to the schoolhouse every day. How do you go to the school every day and not understand this? It's because you're not looking to really be humble. You're looking to prove that your way makes sense. Gotta read that part again. I'm just saying, a lot of people come to class and come to the school to prove that their way makes sense versus really understanding what this was about. Really understanding what a servant looks like. What does a servant look like? A servant is put in a situation that doesn't make sense to you. Whether their method makes sense or not, that's not the point. If you're not being asked to break laws, you should have the humility to serve and find gladness and joyfulness of heart. And the perfect story is when Moses led the children of Israel out of Egypt. And Moses, by the commandment of the Most High, told them to go the longest, most uncomfortable way. And everybody was like, that doesn't make sense. Just like wives say, what my husband is telling me to do doesn't make sense. This is the long route. This is the more extreme route. This doesn't make sense. Whenever you want to say this doesn't make sense, that's you being proud. That's you being wicked. That's you being disconnected to the spirit. But telling yourself at the same time, I mean well. My intentions are well. Are they? Are your intentions good? When you're questioning your husband's every decision and just saying, I'm asking questions. Are you really in the spirit of Christ? The answer is no. You might tell yourself you are, but you're not. Read on.
Verse 5. Is it such a fast I had chosen? A day for a man to afflict his soul?
Is this the spirit you're supposed to be in when you're doing the outside service that you're supposed to do? What he's saying is people do the act of something, but they don't do it the right way. They do it in the wrong mindset and don't understand that the contention and the fighting from the inside is why the Most High never hears you and why you never really understand your husband, even though you swear you do, or you should have for all the years you've been around. You don't really get him. You don't really get him because you never learned to look at things his way. You never value his method.
Because you
don't respect his method. So what you do is follow from the outside. And you act like you're tracing, but you don't understand your husband. You're disconnected from him. The Most High knows you are, and he's not honoring you because. Read on.
Is it to bow down his head as a bulrush?
For once, what do? We play Jew man. We play Jewess. My Lord. We play all that. We do all that really well. We do this. We did the saluting. We did the curtsies. We wear the dresses, and we're so humble. But do you really agree with your husband? Do you really value his method? No. You play Jew. You serve your husband, but you don't respect him. You don't value his methods. You don't value his decisions. You look at him as a failure. But then you sit back and say, well, I'm still in Lord. No, you're not. No, you're not. If you don't respect your husband, if you don't value all the moves he makes, if you can't see the good in him, you're not a good servant. You're a poor servant. And you're a bad rib. So Mosiah is like saying, just because you're doing the acts of a servant doesn't mean you're a servant and doesn't mean you're going to be acknowledged accordingly as a good man.
Fake humble.
You're fake humble and you're going to get fake blessings. You're not getting blessed because your servitude isn't pure. So I'm not going to really back you. Read on.
And to spread sackcloth and ashes under him.
Because the men like to go in and put sackcloth on and be humbled and act like they're in order, but they look down and they don't respect the men over them. And we can see some men, this guy's out of order. He's playing the game. He's just staying in order, but he doesn't respect. Wives do it every day. They do this thing called be a wife, but they don't respect their husband. They don't respect his opinions. They don't respect his decision making. They criticize every second they get. And then they think I'm doing it for my family's own good. You're doing it to your family's detriment. All of this subverting and arguing and not agreeing or playing the game. I'm going to cook him his eggs how he wants it, but I really don't buy this. I really don't buy what he's doing, and I'm afraid. I worry about it. I worry about the decisions he's sitting back here and taking. And I don't trust. Give me a second. I don't trust. Well, if you don't trust, that means you have a good wife. We don't got to make it anything. Oh, but you don't want to do. No, it's not like that. It's not like that. You know, I trust the Most High. But, but all the things that I went through, I don't trust my husband. That still means you don't trust the Most High and your ambassador. Listen, didn't we have a lot of reasons why not to trust our leadership?
We had plenty of reasons.
But there was a lot of time I would sit back here and advise X, Y, Z and say, man, this is not going to work, bro. But I'm going to go ride it anyway. Let's do it. Because it's your lesson to learn. So if I got to burn 2 years and that you can figure out not to do this, guess what I got to do? I got to burn 2 years. But can you burn 2 years? Can you burn 10 years and be okay with it? Hell no, you can't. Because you're selfish and you're about you. That's what being a wife is. Can you burn 5 years when he made a decision that wasn't great? The lesson was for him. The lesson was not for you to have a shitty opinion about his decision. But you call yourself a good wife, you're not. He had to learn a lesson that you had to go and fall with and still maintain respect. Because when you're a crappy mother and your decisions affect your children, who got to suck it up? Your children do. When you're a poor mother, when you make bad decisions, they got to suck it up, and they got to suck it up in the fact that my parents had to learn a lesson. Are they allowed to hate you for that? No. Just like you're not allowed to hate your husband and disrespect your husband because he was learning. That's the hypocrite in you. There's so much hypocrisy amongst the nation. I can see what you don't do, and I won't ever move forward. I don't trust anymore. I trust it. It's a Mary J. Blige. It's Mary J. Blige in Israel. Yeah. I went through all this suffering. I ain't gonna cry no more. I ain't gonna cry no more. I'm just gonna persevere. But in actuality, you're never gonna give your spirit and wonder why the Most High don't bless you with peace of mind, and you wonder why your husband ain't smiling from ear to ear when he sees you every day.
The funny part is you're gonna do it by yourself, you do worse. That's the funny part. Because you can do it, you can break your household in half, split in half if you want, and then go do it on your own. Then you do it on your own, and see how bad it's gonna really be. There's wolves outside.
Yeah.
They don't read the Bible.
There are wolves outside.
They play gay game. Then listen. You wanna just push your way?
Or there's a man.
No, listen. I'm telling you what's gonna happen. Because I already heard these stories before. There's stories out there. Cool. You want to split your house and do it your way because you think you're smart? Cool. And then you might be okay in the work arena. Then when you get married again to another person, that person will be down there.
Or in the real beef, you put hands.
Or what's that? That's a whole different story. The head busting the heads against stairs and bust eyes and getting deported and coming back and whip ass again. You're gonna get that. Or you're gonna get the guy that is playing the Tally Perry game.
You think you'll get a better husband?
You're not.
You think your devil doesn't get a better one?
Yeah,
More
you're gonna
spiritual person?
get a
Because
more
you're just so spiritual yourself.
you're gonna get a more spiritual spirit by being not spiritual. That's stupid. That's ignorant thinking.
We're taking our time. I promise you, I was trying to get to the end of the verse because the end of Isaiah 58 talks about we're supposed to be repairers of the breaches.
That's all different.
Like Jonathan was repairing the breaches in Jerusalem. There was no loaded angles here, but we're here, man. We're here. We're going to go and ride this out, and we might get to the repairing of the breaches. But before we get to what the true fasting is, because the last part of this chapter deals with what's the type of fast or commitment the Most High actually respects versus the faux service we give all the time. A lot of us are fake servants and do the work of fake servants, but expect optimal returns, optimal love, and optimal appreciation. And this is the disconnect. And the Most High has enough love for us to take the time to re-educate us. And that's the truth. So, read verse 5 again.
Verse 5. Is it such a fast that I have chosen? A day for a man to afflict his soul? Is it to bow down his head as a bulrush, and to spread sackcloth and ashes under him? Wilt thou call this a fast and an acceptable day to the Lord?
Verse 5 is truly serving the Most High or serving your husband is about the appearance of being humble, the appearance of obeying, or going through the motions of obeying, but still disagreeing in your mind. Is that really the fast that is acceptable to the Most High? I'm going to go through the motions, but I really don't agree. I don't like what he's doing. I don't like how he's doing it. I don't like how he makes me feel. That means you don't agree. Then be a real woman and just say, I'm not going to serve you. Why fake it? If you're going to be fake, Most High hates the faker, the lukewarm person. Didn't he say that? But we're lukewarm for 10, 15 years. I'm just going to go through the motions of being a wife, but I don't agree. I'm not happy. I'm not happy serving. I'm not happy doing what I'm supposed to do. I'm not happy letting go of how I do things, doing it my husband's way. I'm just going to fake it. And then I call myself righteous because I endured. I'm surviving it. I just survived it. That's how sisters act. I just survived hell.
I survived Compton. I
survived my husband for 15, 20 years. I ain't even met him. How about you were wicked for 20 years because you never bought into it?
You never learn to love it.
But you never learned to value what he brought to the table because you love your method more than you love your husband. And you think that choosing your method over your husband is acceptable to the Lord? You really think you're going to waste your time? You waste the Most High's time lying to him? He's going to buy what you're selling? You really think that? People have. And people continue to do so. But you can fool people. You're not fooling the Most High. You're just not fooling. And this is why your life is as difficult as it is. And as you keep rebelling, you're tanking your home just as much as your husband's mistakes is tanking the home. Because I've seen wives be negative, and all of a sudden jobs get lost, apartments get lost. And I've seen men make mistakes and the same thing happen. But don't forget, you sit back and your rebellion brings the house down too. But nobody wants to think about that. They just want to think about, oh man, my husband made this choice and we kind of suffered because of it. Well, how many times has your rebellion put your family in a financial pinch? How many times your road rage accidents, your tickets, your loss of jobs, put your family in a pinch? Nobody thinks about that. They just think about how bad their husband is and all his mistakes. You're tanking the house just as much as he is. Nobody wants to see that though. Because that is a little girl from Georgia with a black bottom. Everybody wants to sit back and say that.
No, that's it. I'm the weaker vessel.
I'm the weaker vessel. You're supposed to understand that I'm wicked. I'm just a little girl from Georgia. I'm an innocent little person that didn't know nothing, didn't want to hurt nobody, know nothing. Everyone wants to play that game and never take accountability of their wickedness and their rebellion and their inward rebellion through their fasting. All this cooking eggs, what good is it if you're angry? Going to work every day, but you despise your husband. Do you think all that sacrifice is being received? You work 2 jobs, but you hate your husband and you hate every method he makes? And you expect the Most High to say, oh man, my daughter is just a great servant. You're not. Neither are we good servants if we do this work grudgingly.
Yeah.
That's in 2 Corinthians 9. Men work grudgingly and don't get blessed. Women serve grudgingly and don't get blessed. You think y'all are absolved from crappy service? I was telling someone I went to get some lights at Dollar Tree. And this woman was so rude. I'm like, she's like, yeah, I need you to take those lights. I was like, okay. You were sitting back here. You weren't even at the register a minute ago. You were over there. I didn't see you. I looked at you like, are you going to come over here and do your job? I waited. Then I'm looking down and I look back up. Oh, I need you to hurry up. Why I had to hurry up? You were sitting back here stocking. If you were here earlier, I would have gave you the lights. Then I'm taking the lights out. And then she takes them and she's banging them against the ground, against the register. Or against beep, beep, beep. She's banging them. She broke one. And I'm like, and then she wants to sit back here, put it back together and put it. I said, I don't want that. You broke that. I had to buy your broken light? No. I wouldn't got a light. She was pissed that I caught her out for breaking the light. So why I got to buy your broken light? Because you're angry. Whatever's going on in your day, this is bad service.
Just poor service.
Why are you doing this? I didn't do nothing to you. What is this? Ain't this how wives roll sometimes? I did it. I took it. I cleaned the house like he told me. Is that really how I told you to do it? Stomping? Dum, dum, dum. Why you gotta walk extra heeling? Dum, 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 dum. Extra heels, sarcasm, 1,000 questions. When men ask you 1,000 questions, what does that mean? I don't want to do it. So us as husbands, when the wife is asking all these whys, it's because you don't want to do it. And you really have a better way to do it, so you ask 1,000 questions. And then, why am I so wicked for asking questions? Because you don't want to do it. It's very simple. Am I right or wrong? So once again, verse 5 is asking, is that type of service acceptable? Just because you did it, but there's all this extra cheese man behind it? Read verse 6.
Verse 6. Is not this the fast that I have chosen?
Now he explains the type of sacrifice he wants you to give. So on top of doing the service that you're supposed to do, read on.
To loose the bands of
He
wickedness.
says you're supposed to sit back here and get rid of all this wickedness inside of you. Get rid of this contention. Get rid of these things inside of you while you're doing your natural fast or your service. He's saying Isaiah 58 is explaining inner man teaching in the New Testament. Instead of going through the actual routine, I'm just going to go through the motion. Can you break the wickedness in you while you're doing your routine? Instead of focusing on how this is so uncomfortable, can you focus, and this is what pleases the Most High, and this is what makes my husband happy? Because that's the only way you're going to do things with gladness and joy in his heart. Do you really want to see your husband happy? Most of y'all don't. Most of y'all prefer your happiness over your husband anyway. And that's why you're poor servants. And part of you, most of y'all think that y'all should sit back here and be happier than your husband. And when your husband's happy, you really don't like him happy. How about that? And how about the same thing with men? We want to be happier than pleasing the Most High. Because, you know, the funny thing is, when you're pleasing the Most High, you're not going to be happy. How about that? How about them not? When the Most High is getting everything he wants, you're not getting what you want at all. And this is why women don't like their husbands happy. Because when their husband's happy, you ain't getting what you want.
It ain't your turn.
And it might not be your turn for quite a damn minute. Because how about when you're serving the Most High, he's getting his all the time. and your eyes are getting droopier and droopier and more tired and more exhausted, and you're giving and you're giving and you're giving and you're not getting nothing back. Then all of a sudden, boom, hey, I'm gonna take this brother out and give him a call. It might be 2 years on the line, 3 on the line, but I'm hooking him up. And I'm, oh, thank you, Lord. God bless me. Thank you. I showed up happy you gave me a call. But that's 3 years of service, 4 years of service. Then I might throw something at you. Because Most High is trying to teach us that it ain't about the gift and the toy. It's about the what?
The service.
The service. So you're going to have to do good service until you learn to love good service. Then I'll give you something. But that's not how women roll either. People want a favor for a favor. A good deed requites a better one to me. That's not service. You're going to give and give and give and give, and then down the line, you'll get something that you want. And until you learn that's what service is, you're going to be a bad servant expecting something, some reward for doing something you're supposed to do any damn way.
Red McComb said he put the serve back in service.
Yeah.
People don't know what that is. Men don't know how to serve, and women don't know how to serve. But then we don't know how to serve and wonder why the Most High doesn't acknowledge it. He says, in the midst of you doing your job for the Lord, are you loosening the band of wickedness in who? In you. As I'm serving, am I attacking the things inside of me that makes me a poor servant? Read on.
To undo the heavy burdens.
The heavy burdens where? From who? The heavy burdens in where? You. Because you know what it takes to serve is letting go of your burden, letting go of your expectation, letting go of what you think you should get in return for your service. You know how many times I'm listening to counsel, all I hear is everybody's highlight tape, but I never hear, damn, I haven't given my husband enough of this, this, and that. All I hear is I do all this and I'm not appreciated. I always hear that. Nobody is doing what? Is undoing the heavy burdens in you. Because you got to give and let go of the burdens that comes from giving. Because we are not trained and conditioned to giving more than what we get. None of us will learn that. You have to learn. That is an acquired spiritual mindset to learn how to give way more than what you get back. And if you're going to undo these heavy burdens, there are negative reactions that come from when you give at a certain rate. The question about what about me? All I do is give, I get nothing back. There's a burden that comes from that. There is a psychological burden that people have to give up to really be a good servant. Have you conditioned yourself scripturally long enough to learn that, hey, this is what love is. This is what abounding in love and joy is. Getting rid of all these burdens that keep me from finding happiness and giving at a higher level for a longer period of time. Because we start glitching. The real selfish ones can't give for more than a week before they get angry. Then you might grow and learn how to give for 2 weeks before you start glitching and want something back in return. The Most High keeps stretching it back out so you can learn what love really looks like. Giving for free for longer stretches of time. That's what an undoing heavy burdens is all about. Read on.
And to let the oppressed go free.
And to let the oppressed go free. A lot of times, we're oppressing our husbands. What are we oppressing them by? The complaints, the anger, the hostility from the idea of having to serve every day. You know what most husbands do? They just stop arguing, man. They just go to work. People, how come you don't teach me? How come you don't sit back and build my spirit up? Because why do I want to contend every day? Why do I want to argue all day long? I'd rather just shut up and just go to work. And just hope the Most High works it out. That is the answer to why you don't teach. Why a Bible teacher doesn't teach his wife. A Bible teacher doesn't teach his wife because he doesn't want to argue and contend about method every day. It's not that easy. Oh yeah, you're just sloppy. No. That's an easy answer, and that's a cop-out answer. Why a person will say, "Oh yeah, you just don't teach me because you don't care and you're just caught up in your life." No, people don't do things for reasons. People don't do things because a man has to count the cost about how much arguing and back and forth has to happen when instruction happens. Am I lying then? Why wouldn't a husband go home and teach his wife? Because I don't want to deal with this damn mouth for 30 minutes before I can get the messaging. How many of us have taught your ribs and their eyes start doing this? They start doing this. Or they start arguing the whole process. Am I right or wrong? Am I saying a lie in this metaphor or this example? I'm not. But then, oh, my husband just doesn't care. He just giving up on me. Well, listen, isn't a friend supposed to present what? Friendly. So if my husband is trying to teach me, why am I going to keep contending with him? Why am I going to show a lack of interest? Then I want to pull the card, my husband isn't being a good example? Come on, get out of here. Does a husband have to keep trying? Yes. But knowing that, can a wife stop contending? Yes. So while you wait, because you screwed up your opportunity last time for being a poor listener, then wait till he gets back to you. How about that? Because you screwed up in the first place. People want to play that I'm the weaker vessel crap to justify their wickedness. Don't we say the same thing about the Most High? Oh, I just didn't know no better, Father. Oh, okay, cool. So if you didn't know no better, then deal with that 10-year L from you not knowing no better. You still got to take, listen, didn't that say that the servant that didn't know better still got beaten with stripes? So your ignorance still doesn't absolve you from being punished for your wickedness. Nobody wants to think of it that way. Everybody got a reason why I just didn't know. I was just learning. I was learning. Okay, now you know how you learn? From being blown off. That's how you learn too. Because maybe from being blown off, maybe you'll be appreciative the second time around. But you know what happens? Second time around, you blew me off for so many years. Now I don't want to listen anymore. There's that pride again. You know what the answer should be? Then let him run another 10 damn years. Maybe he'll appreciate it in year 20. Worse being mean. No, he ain't. That's not the most ideal. You want to keep pushing away help, pushing the answers away. And then I'm not. I push you away 15 times. How come you don't want to love me again? What kind of craziness is this? People do it all the time. Get away. Shoot. I don't want you. Why have you abandoned me? Please, man. People are crazy. Israel is sick. Read verse 6.
Verse 6, want to talk?
Yeah.
Is not this the fast that I have chosen? To loose the bands of wickedness, to undo the heavy burdens, and to let the oppressed go free.
Listen, whether you're the servant or the leader, you can let people go free. If I'm a leader, my job is to sit back here and do my best to make sure my conduct is streamlined enough to make my servant's life better. That is what I'm supposed to do. But a servant cannot sit back here and put her or his position in a position where they are forcing of when the leader is going to make that decision. This is what faith is all about. If my husband has flaws, as a wife, your job is to pray to the Lord that the Most High teaches him what he needs to learn. That's all you got. Arguing and fighting, now you're in the trick bag and the Most High ain't blessing you. Yeah. Because ain't that all we got? I better pray to the Lord that the camp gives us mercy. when this man is making weirdo decisions, I gotta have faith. So we gotta have faith and you don't gotta have faith? We gotta wait and you don't gotta wait? The answer is yeah. That's what they want to say.
The priests were praying for the Greek Empire.
God. Listen, we have to wait. And you know what? If it don't work out, do you believe enough to where you go down and fall with it? That's belief. Or you want to sit back and wait to the last minute and get out. And if that's in your mind, the Most High knows your heart. He ain't gonna give you nothing. If you want to play that plan B card, then he ain't gonna really bless you then. You got to show the Most High, come hell or high water, ups or downs, I'm finishing this up. Then you get blessed. And I'm gonna finish it with a positive outcome. Then he comes to you. That's what it means by strive for the Lord or strive for the truth until death.
Yeah.
Then he'll fight for you. Are you going to strive for honor and obedience and respect to the very end? And if that's your mindset, you will be blessed with what you need. So once again, in the midst of my fasting, how obedient am I? How much of the negative in me am I working on in me to get to where I need to get to? Read on, verse 7.
You want to finish verse 6? Go on.
No, and that you break every yoke. Yeah, I need that. Yeah.
And that ye break every yoke.
So as I'm fasting and serving, are you breaking your yoke of desire for control? Your desire to keep your opinion, your ego, your feelings, and your emotion? Have you conquered that in the midst of your servitude?
And those yokes will be the thing that keeps you from serving, which is the mistakes that you see that people make. And
your negative outlook.
And you hold that against them. It's the thing, the yoke being you're tied to something. But you're tied to that person's mistakes.
Yeah.
I can't help but see your flaws.
Yep.
So I can't let that go. I'm not going to let those mistakes go.
Yep. That's pride. Because what you're saying is this: I would have did it better.
Yep.
No, you wouldn't have.
Well,
you would have did it worse.
We wouldn't have been in this situation.
If you would have followed me.
If you would have followed me.
You know, maybe not. But you would have crashed the house somewhere else. You would have destroyed the house in a different direction. How about the Most High don't honor you that way? I don't know what to say, man, but that's the yoke is your pride, your opinion, that strife and debating you. If you can't break the strife and debating you, that's the yoke that's keeping you back from being a good servant. How do you expect to do good works and all this crap is inside of you? But we swear we got good relationship with the Most High. How do you have a good relationship with the Most High and you haven't learned the fundamental reality of seeing your husband in a good light and buying into how he does it? How can you love the Most High and not agree with your husband? Or not see the good in his methodology? Or not really be a good servant? How can those two statements be true? Yeah, I don't agree with my husband. I don't really trust him. I don't really buy his decision making. He makes me leery about the moves he makes, but I love God. I love me some Father. Yahweh Shem Yahushua. Yahweh Shema Thah. That's the most fugazi statement in the world. True. There's a lot of fugazi men and fugazi women. Fugazi. To say that, that's a damn word. There's a fugazi of ladies, huh? It's cat. Read on. What's that?
Disingenuous.
And the Most High is like, do you expect me to honor your sacrifice when you think this way? Read on.
Verse 7. Is it not to deal thy bread to the hungry?
You're supposed to sit back here. Now, the concept expands beyond just the individual. Aren't you supposed to sit back here and give your excess to the body? But the point is this, you can't even give the best of you to the community because you just can't serve your husband. If you can't learn to see the good in your husband, what good are you going to be as a teacher and a counselor and a helper? You're going to be a trash counselor because you're a trash wife. It's no different than men. If I can't learn to see the good in what the Most High is putting me through, what kind of counselor am I going to be? I'm going to be a trash counselor giving poor advice. This is why men in the truth back in the day was giving men counsel to not fighting the camp, to go on the road and get jobs. But think that's good counsel in the spirit. It's not. If you're not going to push men to strengthen you, then keep your mouth shut. That's an example of a person not fighting their battle, but giving other people counsel to not fight their battle too. It's going to naturally ease out that way. So if you're going to be a helper to the hungry is a person who hungers and thirsts for what? Righteousness. How can you help somebody who's hungry for righteousness if you haven't learned to serve and be obedient yourself? That's why 2 Corinthians says, in saying having obedience, 2 Corinthians 10:6. Read that real quick. 2 Corinthians 10:6. You're holding this. Somebody get it real quick. Having a readiness to revenge all disobedience means help all other people once you're obedient. Read that. 2 Corinthians 10:6. Read it. Somebody, I don't care.
Also like that.
2 Corinthians chapter 10, verse 6 reads, and having in a readiness to revenge all
It
disobedience.
says, you'll be ready to help other people out in their deficiencies. Read on.
When your obedience is fulfilled.
When you learn how to properly serve your husband and see the good in him, then you'll be able to properly help other sisters out. Means to learn how to serve their husband. But if you've never learned how to see the good in your husband, why are you acting like you can teach other people? Why are you this magical counselor when you don't know how to serve your husband and bring a smile to him? What kind of hypocrite are you?
And out of shape trainer.
And who wants to go to the guy who got the pot belly? You have to sit back here and get your heart rate up. How about you, dog? We're gonna do some rapid fire workout. Can you do it first? Can you prove to me that it works? No, listen, don't look at me. Just listen to the method. It works, trust me. Now I'm gonna go to the guy that's in shape. That's what we do all the time. We're the same way. And you know, the problem is a lot of times it's the lie. I've been in the truth for X amount of years and I wear a dress. I'm another sister. Are you sure about that? Are you really serving your husband? Have you really learned how to see the good in him? Through good and bad? Because if you can't see the good in him, through good and bad, and your love is conditional, all you're going to teach another sister to do is be conditional in your service.
Seek alternatives.
Seek alternatives. Oh, or you're going to teach sisters coping mechanisms. This is how you fake it, girl. This is how you just fake it. If your counsel is just fake it, guess what? You're not a good counselor. If you can't teach a person how to see the good in the situation, and you teach sister to put a mask on, bro, what kind of counsel is that? That's not good. If you're hearing counsel like that, that's not good counsel. Because you gotta fake. Whoa. You better learn how to appreciate your husband, see the good in them, not fake it. You gotta sit back and put that Joker Methodist. That's the counsel like? That's not healthy and that's not spiritual. Read on.
God. You want me to continue reading?
Continue reading verse 7.
Okay, God.
Now, 1:7.
God. Isaiah chapter 58, verse 7. Is it not to deal thy bread to the hungry?
So once you learn how to break what's inside of you, and you can purely do your service in the right spirit, whether it's to the Most High, in the work in the camp or for your husband, once you can do things with a pure heart and a pure intention and a clear mind, then you have to sit back here and graduate from that, maintain that level of works, and start giving your mind to the people. And because eventually you're going to be required to walk and chew gum at the same damn time. Can I sit back here and serve my husband, do my jobs with a pure outlook, and then give to the next people, the sisters or brothers, with good heart too? Read on.
And that thou bring the poor that are cast out to thy house?
And can you sit back here and give to the poor in spirit? It ain't about just bringing a bunch of cats from the streets and bringing them to the house and woe these out. I ain't doing that. That's what the B house is for, bro. I'm not even lying to you. But I will sit there and give my ear and my spirit to you. I'm sorry. Hey, bring somebody by it to the house. Listen, it's just they won't get counsel. They will get these scriptures, they'll get counsel. But what he's saying is, once you give your mind to the body, you'll give your mind to the people. I mean, once you give your mind to breaking you, you'll give your mind to what the people need. Once you learn a good outlook and see the Most High's works favorably in your life and with your husband, looking at him favorably, then I can teach sisters how to look at their husband's favor. And that matters. Read on.
When thou seest the naked, that thou cover him, and that thou hide not thyself from thine own flesh.
So what's all he's saying is, you can't put your light and put it under a bushel. Your light has to shine before men, and all the light is your successes in Christ. Your successes in learning how to value your husband, value the work, value your service. Once that happens, now you have to commit it to other people. Okay?
And it doesn't count. Your charity doesn't count until you break yourself, until you make your own personal changes.
And that's the point.
Because the Most High is not acknowledging, he's not acknowledging your previous charity.
That's the point, man.
Because he's not accepting charity in a bad spirit.
Brother, that's the whole chapter, bro. And a lot of people give, but they're angry while they're giving, and they expect that to be acknowledged. I'm trying. That's not good enough. I'm trying. Listen, people try every day and fail classes and get fired from jobs. Don't they? I tried. You don't use that as your excuse for why you got fired. You can't take care of your family. Oh, this is a white man. Oh, here we go. Here we go. That's the excuse, huh? Esau? Anyway, let's continue.
Verse 8.
The boss don't like me. That's the reason. How about the Most High made the boss turn on you? You were a bad servant in the first place. That's my point. You turn on your husband. Or you turn on the Most High. And all of a sudden they turn on you. But we don't look at life that way. Continue.
Verse 8. Then shall thy light break forth as the morning, and thine help shall spring forth speedily.
When it says, then shall thy light break forth as the morning. There is a statement, I was going to go into it in class later on about what it did with the Satan, right? People say that Satan, another name for Satan is the morning star. And the morning star is the first star you see in the morning. And it's like the morning star is the symbol of hope. Like the day's about to get started. So what the Most High is saying is, once you break the filth in you and these mental burdens and these hang-ups that we have as to why we can't serve our husband or serve the Most High, be gladness to up his heart, then you sit back here and start directing your energy to helping the people around you. He says, then we have hope. The hope comes after you do both. Fix you so you can help others. Then your hope kicks in. Then you have a chance of getting defended and looked after and having your prayers answered and having good be requited for your service. This is why the person that's super introverted, I'm just going to be the studier, read, be in my own little room, that don't work. You got to fix you and give to the body. And in doing both is when the Most High starts to acknowledge you and there's hope for you in your life. Read on. And listen, does that mean, so listen, whether you're the extrovert or the introvert, people, you see what I mean? What does that got to do with the goddamn Bible? People want to say, what's going on with me? I'm different. It doesn't matter if you're different.
I wasn't raised like that.
I wasn't raised this way. That's not my personality. That's not how I process things. Process schmocess. That has nothing to do with what the Most High expects from you. Because everybody has different intricacies and weirdness to them and quirks. Who cares? Whatever your quirk is, fix it and adapt to the Most High's way. Stop making excuses as to why you can't serve. Because we're full of excuses. I wasn't a studier in the world. Well, you know what that means? Get off your tookus and start studying. And if you do something enough with gladness and joyfulness of heart, guess what it happens? It'll become you. For a person, oh yeah, I was eating cheeseburgers my whole life. Oh, well, you better do something about the hamburger. You better do something about it. That pink guy, it was a hamburger with a little, the hamburger. If you want a hamburger, you're going to fix it or not? You're going to keep eating hamburgers and cheeseburgers, huh? And get sick. You better fix being cheeseburgers. You better eat maybe the salad burger. You better be something. Better stop being the fry guy, because he's going to catch up to you. What's the point? Regardless of where you came from, you better fix it. Continue. He says, read verse 8 again.
Verse 8. Then shall thy light break forth as the morning, and thine health shall spring forth speedily.
That's phenomenal. All of us need the Most High's back. We need the Most High's protection. We have sicknesses. We have ailments. We have things not going right in our life. Our bodies beat up. We're fighting sicknesses every day. We're getting bad news. You get doctors calls. We got to go do other checks and other tests. If you ain't got there yet, you will. Most High is like, listen, if you want help and protection, you better start doing things the right way. You better start backing and learning how to serve, learning how to give in the right spirit. And then once you learn that long enough, then you better start committing to helping people if you want that health and protection that everybody just automatically thinks they deserve because they go to the schoolhouse. People think, oh, I just go to the schoolhouse, I will be healed. That's a lie. Just because you go to the temple don't mean you'll get protected and get help and get looked after. If you don't make the changes and fix the things inside of you, you won't get the help you're asking for.
They be doers of the word, not hearers only.
So in you doing is when you get the protection.
But I'm saying that whole go to class thing, didn't that brother in the scriptures grab the horns of the altar and he still got slayed in the temple? That little game people play. I went to the temple.
I'm in the holy place.
Listen, this brother grabbed the horns of the altar and Solomon still slayed him.
Yeah, that was Joab.
Yeah. And Joab knew the scriptures, fought with David, won wars, went to battle.
Captain of the host.
Captain of the host. High rank, high bank, high position, high experience, slept in the slime pits, ran from Saul for a little bit with David, held David down. But then he got opinion. Then he started looking at David crazy. Then he started making alternative plans and solutions. And they start being duplicitous and operating double-sided and double-tongued and double-minded. And then Moses had to slay him. He said, I'm going to grab the horns of the altar. The altar's horns did not matter. Your actions matter.
That's superstition.
Huh?
That's superstition.
Yeah, it's more superstitious.
Because I came to class, I'm all protected now.
Yeah.
The Most High will cover me because I'm in class, because I read the Bible.
Come. I read the
But
Bible.
I'm not making no changes.
I opened the book up.
Yeah.
It's like Issachar. Remember that old school? The dude cried, his wife cried, and they were homeless and they were suffering. And like they cried and said, I hold the Bible. I sleep with it every night. And he said, I always hug the Bible. I sleep with it every night. Then we said, you have to open the Bible. And he walked out. He got a beer. Some beer came back in class. I said, are you going to read the Bible? And he walked out and didn't come back. But you cried for 15 minutes about how you hold the Bible, you hug the Bible, and you sleep. He does. I didn't believe it. Remember the homeless couple that used to live on the school?
Yeah.
On Guadalupe?
Yeah.
And then, this is the funny part. The man decided to change. That's why I love these stories. The man decided to change. He said, you know what? We can't live like this anymore. We can't be out here anymore. And then, you know why
they said be?
That's how he told that. He said, we can't live like this anymore. We can't be here anymore. They would sleep right in front of the door. Now you try to go to school in the morning, open the school, and they like sleep right in front of the door like this. With beer cans and backpacks. For months to years. And then, anyways, he went to class, walked out, kept drinking his beer, walked out of class, blah, blah. We get it. Then 3 months later, he says, we can't live like this anymore. You know what he did? Left the street. He left the street, got a house. Guess who didn't follow him? It's weird. His rib didn't fall.
She went back to the street still. Huh?
She got a new homeless guy. True story. She got a new home. The dude said, I got a house. I got a job. I have a place for us. I have a bicycle.
You got around
But
transportation.
yeah, the bicycle is a car and
In
everything.
transportation, yeah.
It's free too. So he said, but she doesn't want to be with me anymore, bro. And then she left him for another homeless guy. And he came up off the street, bicycle, place to live, roof over his head, and he went to work. They never got back together again because she loved the misery. She loved the sadness. She loved the drama. She loved the contention and the hate. And she loved to complain about why are we in this situation? And when he fixed it, she didn't follow. How many of us are like that?
Because most of us don't want to fix our thoughts. We want to sit back here and be the victim. We want to tell ourselves, it's my husband's fault why I don't change. We want that. We want to say it's society's fault, my husband's fault, the camp's fault, the wife's fault, why I don't have to fight the negative inside of me. Because it's easier to pin the problem with somebody else versus being accountable. That's what the problem was. She didn't want to be accountable for her wickedness. Just like our women and just like our men.
But they want to cry about,
Devil's tears.
they hold the Bible when they sleep every night and they cry. I don't know why we live like that. And before that happened, he used to be like, I used to be a gangbanger. I run these streets. He was like a gangbanger in the 60s. He was like 60 gangbanger.
Rolling Stones and that switchblade.
He was switchblade. He was cutting with switchblade and hit people with
That switchblade.
he was pulling the switchblades out. And
We don't fight. We can't.
he did that, and he had lowriders. They were doing lowriders and switchblades. He was the last gangbanger on Guadalupe Street. He was the last gangbanger.
I don't think he was the man.
He wasn't.
What I'm saying from his era, from the 60s on, he's the last. He had it down.
Switchblades and flannel. Flannel and switchblades.
He had it down for 40 years. He was the man on Guadalupe for 40 years, bro. This low level gangster. And then when he decided to change his life, took his rag off.
Was the rag was like the net, bro.
He had he had like a little basic bandana.
Oh,
Little basic bandana. Took his bandana off, stopped it, went to class, didn't like it, drank his beer, walked out. Then the scripture started hitting his mind. Then he changed his life. He lost his life.
Good riddance. How about good riddance? If he's able to grow. And the reason I say that is not to be cruel. But I don't think, I can't speak for other Israelites, but I think women, just like men, have to learn that all their outlook and thoughts are going to be held against them down the line in the eyes of Heavenly Father. And women think that as long as they go through the physical routine of pleasing their husband, they're going to be off the hook. And not realizing you're going to be judged by how you look at your husband, by how you follow him, by how you accept his conditions, however opposite they are to you. Can you accept his contrariness to you? Can you accept his contrariness? And can you love his contrariness? Most of us have not learned how to accept their husband's contrariness and love it. Until you learn that, or have you really loved him? Or do you just love the things you like about him? You have to love his contrary and accept his contrariness if you really are going to call yourself a good servant. And then once you learn how to be a good servant to your husband, then you can learn how to serve the sisters. Then you can learn, then once you start serving the sisters in the body of Christ, then the Most High will start bringing that help. Then it can start coming through and taking care of you and taking care of your needs. Everybody wants their needs taken care of before service. You see that? He said he'll take care of your health. Once you sit back here and serve your husband and serve the body first. Why don't we serve our husbands? Because we haven't gotten what we wanted first. Isn't that the reasoning we can't keep giving? We want first, then we give. Literally from verse 6 or from verse 4 down to 8. You have to sit back here and undo your burden. Give to the body, then you get.
And everybody knows seeking first the kingdom of the Lord.
But
and his righteousness.
this is in more detail. What does that mean in real time? Break yourself while you're fasting. Break yourself. Listen, how many people, if we're on a carnal fast, how many people are fasting and are angry while they're hungry? They're grumpy while they're hungry. They're grumpy while they're fasting. Then are you fasting properly? No. We can understand that in the physical. While you're being inconvenienced in your marriage or in the work, can you do it happy? Can you attack all those things that make you be angry while you're giving? Break that. Teach others how to do also the same thing. Then he will start defending you. If you don't learn that pattern, you'll be 10, 15 years without protection and help. How long do you want to wait and waste without the protection that you need, that you're so craving? Read verse 8.
Isaiah chapter 58, verse 8. Then shall thy light break forth as the morning, and thine health shall spring forth speedily.
He said he'll fix your conditions like this. But why did they get there in the first place? Because of your rebellion, because of your lack of service, because of your lack of a willingness to adapt. It's why you're in the predicament you're in the first place. But once again, the Most High says, I don't enjoy the fact that you're pining away. But you will pine away until you fix your outlook. And then once you fix your outlook, he will remove the sickness. Read on.
And thy righteousness shall go before
Now
thee.
listen, what does it also mean? He said, thy health shall spring forth speedily. Whether it's physical ailments or mental ailments. How many people our people are just mentally sick? Mentally can't process things the right way. Mentally can't just see things right. Our people battle with mental illness all the time.
That's my emotional spike. It's intentional.
Emotional spikes is mental illness. So whether it's physical illness or mental sickness, he said he will sit back here and bring you back to health speedily. Once you make it about denying yourself and giving to the body, then you won't have those issues anymore. But people want the health restored, the mental health restored, the physical health restored without giving nothing up. Read on.
And thy righteousness shall go before thee.
So once the Most High trusts that you're trustworthy and that your intentions is about breaking you and giving to the body, then he says righteousness shall go before thee. The Spirit will work with you. Now you can be used to help the body out, now protect you.
Your spiritual credit score.
And there's a template for that. Go to Isaiah 51 and 2.
Isaiah chapter 51
Hell of it.
and verse 2. Isaiah chapter 51 and verse 2. Look unto Abraham your father.
And why does the Most High say, look unto Abraham? Because Abraham had to walk through the wilderness just trusting the Most High.
Mm-hmm.
But it wasn't just Abraham. He said what?
And unto Sarah that bare you.
Why did he say look unto Abraham and to Sarah? Because you got to look at their examples.
Their life.
Their life. Sarah stayed in order. Abraham trusted the Most High. There's templates that the Most High set aside for us to follow.
Everybody has a reason not to trust their man. Everybody got a reason to say, man, my husband hurt me. Everybody got a reason to say, I don't trust my husband.
Yep.
Every woman got a reason to say, man, you know, my husband's decisions make me not want to trust him anymore. Sarah did too. But aren't we supposed to follow Sarah if you're a sister? And if you're following Sarah, you have no excuse why not to trust your husband. You have no excuse not to see the good in his ways, because she did. And she walked right back into the belly of the hey, baby, these niggas still too. You gotta go with these Canaanites. I know the Egyptians. I gave you the Egyptians. I gotta give you these Canaanites now, baby. Hey, baby, trust me, baby. Trust me. It's gonna be okay. Yeah. Listen, they had to go and have her trust shaken up twice. How many times do I counsel with this? Man, my husband did this. It just made me feel so messed up. I can't trust him no more. then you ain't following Sarah's example. Then you're not a good servant. Nobody wants to accept that. Every woman has a sob story. Every woman has gone through something that challenges trust. Are you going to be spiritually responsible enough to not let that be an excuse to kill your salvation? Because you still have a responsibility to see the good in your husband like Sarah did, despite what situation made you not trust him. Then wake up and read the Bible and learn what servitude really looks like. There can't be any circumstance that you have outside of breaking the law that makes you not serve and trust your husband and see the good in him. Because if he ain't broken the law, you have no justification not to follow him and serve him with gladness and joyfulness of heart and distrust him. And if you're distrusting him, don't think you're going to be honored and acknowledged by him most times. Very simple. Y'all have more? I'm sorry. I changed. I changed the Bible a little bit.
That's the point. Read.
For I called him alone
Go ahead.
and blessed him.
He got blessed before or after? Yeah, he got blessed after. He had to follow first.
Yeah. He had to go the whole walkway, the whole path.
Yep.
And then I take care of you. And then, am I ready to take care of you or your generations to come?
The nation that's gonna come out.
There you come. So he was just walking and never saw the promise. Never had a chance to embrace it. Paul talks about that in Hebrew. So it was a bunch of service, and he didn't get nothing out of it. His seed got it. His generations got something out of it.
Yeah.
All he got was cattle, was animals. Was thinking animals.
No, he got.
Saved his nephew life.
And he got some animals.
But if he was right in the context, I know he was. He would see the reward was that the Most High devil.
That's the point.
That's it. That's if he's a good servant. A good servant is they are happy that the Most High approve. The Most High's approval is the blessing.
David talks about that all the time. I'm just happy that I was chosen to serve and chosen to deal with adversity for the Most High. How many of us want that? How many of us say, man, I am fortunate that the Most High chose me to put me through this type of trial? No, we want wind. We want comfort. We want ease. And we crack under the notion that we have to change and serve.
We want our fantasy fulfilled.
But David was like, man, I thank the Lord that you chose me to go through this adversity. That's a true servant. That's a man after whose heart? And that's why we're so detached from God, swearing we serve the Most High because we go to Bible class. But our heart and our mind is so distant and disconnected. And we are, I'm doing all these good works. I'm not getting blessed. Because you really don't understand this book like you claim it. You know what that?
Yeah.
Let's go back to verse 8.
Isaiah
58 and 8.
Yes, sir. Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 8. Then shall thy light break forth as the morning.
That morning star is going to come out. Now there's hope in your life. But the hope doesn't come without painstaking service and dedication. One, to breaking the filth in you, and then two, to dedicating your lessons to other people. Once you complete those two or have a control over that, then the light of the inner tunnel kicks in. Then the morning star pops up. Read on.
And thine health shall spring forth speedily.
Then your physical will change. Your conditions in your life will change. Read on.
And thy righteousness shall go before thee.
And the Spirit of Christ will sit back and present itself to you. Like we went into wisdom. How wisdom will meet you at every what? Thought. But that comes from sacrifice first. And the purging of your thoughts. And the commitment of your works to Him. Read on.
The glory of the Lord shall be thy reward.
Listen, the glory of the Most High, because once you sit back here and really understand, it's about service, then you realize that's the reward. The reward of doing good works is the fact that you've done good works. The reward of serving your husband is the fact, I did the right thing despite whatever I lost. That's the reward. The happiness is in overcoming you. The problem is with women and men, they think the reward is attention. They think the reward is a toy, a carnal toy. Or my husband, his gaze in my eyes. Or we can sit back here and eat some chicken at a spot. That's the reward. That's not the reward is in serving your husband and in pleasing him. And in knowing that I bought all these things for the Lord. That's what it's about. Read on.
Then shalt thou call,
And then after you break yourself and you give yourself to the body, then when you ask for something, the Most High understands your intentions are pure now. Then when you ask for something, read on.
and the Lord shall answer.
Then the Most High starts hearing you. Everybody wants to know, what does it take to get acknowledged? What does it take for the Most High to bless me? What does it take for me to have a connection with him? It's service. Now the question is, how many years is it going to take for you to sit back here and undo the heavy burden and break these yokes in you and then give your life to the body before you get blessed? How many years are you going to waste being in your head, being in your emotion, being in your flesh before the Most High is able to give you wisdom, able to bless you, and able to recover your health and listen to your prayers? Your prayers will not be listened to if you don't fix what's inside of you and dedicate to the body. This is the answer to all of your questions as to why my life is the way it is. It's right here in black and white. Read on.
Thou shalt cry, and he shall say, Here I am.
Everybody expects this damn footprints story to be in their life without their spiritual commitment and dedication and earning that protection. And there's 1,000 Israelites in camp, in class, that has not earned that protection. And we just go to class and keep messing up, go to class having hateful outlooks towards our husband, hateful outlook toward the work we do, and wonder why we don't get blessings. Men sit back here and work years, don't get no rib, no help, everything's a struggle. And they tell themselves, I just got to keep working. The answer ain't just working. The answer is how you work. How you think when you work. What's your outlook in your sacrifice? That's what determines how well the Most High hears you. How quickly he hears you. And I've worked with men for decades and I've worked with men for years and they still haven't seen the power of the Most High. Because they ain't broke what's inside of them yet. And they haven't learned. It's about breaking their yokes and their heavy burdens in their mind, and they haven't learned it's about giving. And that's the only thing that matters. There's a lot of guys that teach the Bible and they don't know it's about giving and serving and the breaking of their outlook and intention. If you fix it right, then the Most High will start hearing your prayers. Read on.
If thou take away from the midst of thee the yoke.
If you take away that mental, carnal yoke in your mind, read on.
The putting forth of the finger.
What does it mean, the putting forth of the finger? You know how many people sit back and point their fingers at everybody else and don't do nothing and never look at themselves? He says, when you stop being the what? The victim. When you stop saying it's my husband's fault why my situation's the way it is. That's real. It's the brother's fault why the camp is messed up, my life's messed up. I got to change job. I got to change job. No, if you got to change being wicked. Stop pointing the finger and point it towards you. You're the reason your life sucks. You're the reason that there's a hollowness in your spirit. It's you. It said if you sit back here and let go of all these mental yokes and always pointing the finger at why somebody else is why I'm not growing. Read on.
And speaking vanity.
And speaking lies, delusion. Our complaints are never biblically based, are never spiritually accountable. But we have a lot of vain things to say. And if we fix these things, then he will listen to us. Read on.
Salakia.
Verse 10.
And it said, and if thou draw out thy soul to the hungry and satisfy the afflicted soul.
So once again, where do you read that it's about you? And what did the Most High promise us? He promised us help. He promised us stability and help and the ability to help other people. If that's not what you want, then you should leave. You're supposed to come into this building with the intent to learn how to break the evil in you, the wicked burdens in you. Then you got to come in here with the intent to give to the afflicted and serve the afflicted in exchange for the Most High's protection. The Most High's protection of your health and overall stability in your life. Nothing more, nothing less. That's all that's promised. Did you read anything about prosperity? Comfort, ease, nothing. He said he will protect you, he'll protect your health and look after you if you make this your priority. Read on.
Then shall thy light rise in obscurity.
Then you'll come out of nowhere and be magnificent. And specifically, but our magnificence is based on our capacity to help more people. That light coming from obscurity is the capability to touch at a multiple amounts of souls. That's the glory. That's the reward. The reward is, can you sit back here, overcome so many things in you where you can sit back here and be a positive light to multiple people. That's the glory. It's always been about, yeah, but not for the selfish. The selfish want something.
That's not glory.
The selfish want ego, want their ego stroked. They want ego, they want pride, and do it for the wrong reason. The power is in service. And be able to touch multiple people, but you can't touch nobody if you haven't broken what's inside of you. Read on.
And thy darkness be as the noonday.
Meaning, he says, if your darkness is like the noonday, that means you don't have no darkness. What it means is if your darkness is as a noonday, you have very little negative in you to be seen. That's what we're all fighting for, what should be. I fought to attack the negative in me so I can be of a greater help and assistance to the people. I'm going to push towards strength versus cop-outs and excuses and pride to justify my spiritual inadequacy.
At noonday, when the sun is at noon, it's above your head. And it's less shadows around. It's the least amount of shadows visible when the sun is at noonday. And the least amount of shadows that darkness is in. That's the least amount of shadow is high noon. A lot of us operate at 9. 6:30.
Hilarious. It's 6:30 during the winter.
Yeah.
I mean, it's dark as hell at 6:30.
Yeah, the shadow be 20 feet long.
Look at them giant, right?
Yeah.
Hilarious. Actually fun. But that's the problem with us. Well, let's keep going.
Verse 11. And the Most High shall guide thee continually.
But he only guides you and he's there for you when you put this level of investment into him. People want all this good without putting nothing in. That's not reality. Read on.
And satisfy thy soul in drought.
He will satisfy your spirit when you're down. Read on.
And make fat thy bones. And thou shalt be
Think
like...
about this. Hold on. Read verse 11.
Verse 11. And the Most High shall guide thee continually.
He's going to guide you. Because in the midst of you giving your life to breaking your ego and your pride and the negative in you, and in the midst of you committing your life to helping others, and then going through all the adversity that has to happen. Remember it says, I think it's in Acts chapter 14, right? Acts 14:22 says, the godly or the people that follow Christ will suffer persecution, right? Read that. Acts 14:22. Somebody else.
Acts 14:22.
Uh-huh.
Confirming the souls of the disciples and exhorting them to continue in the faith, and that we must through much tribulation enter into the kingdom of the Most High.
So listen, in the midst of breaking what's inside of you, being there for the body, satisfying their hungry spirits, there's a consequence to that. The consequence is you're going to face tribulation and affliction for doing good. So on top of the service to the body, top of breaking yourself, then you have to face tribulation. So now, verse 11, read verse 11, because verse 11 is how the Most High promises to guide you through adversity. The adversity is separate of you breaking you. Hey, listen, adversity ain't about breaking your pride. You're supposed to break your pride. What you talking about? That's not adversity. Adversity is different. Breaking your ego and negative is one thing. Serving the body is another thing. Dealing with tribulation is another thing. These are the aspects of serving the Most High. Read on.
Verse 11. And the Most High shall guide thee continually and satisfy thy soul in drought.
What is he saying? When you sit back here and break yourself, give yourself to the body, now you're going to be going through spiritual adversity, spiritual drought. You're going to have to suffer for doing the right thing. So even though you're doing well and you're suffering drought, the Most High is going to be there for you. He's going to do what? He is going to satisfy your spirit, not your pocketbook. He's going to satisfy your spirit in drought. What did Christ do? He left the Holy Spirit in the what? In the book for you to have access to. So he's giving us enough in the book to satisfy our spirit in drought. Because we're going to have to face tribulation doing that which is right. Outside of breaking your pride and ego, outside of giving to the body, then you have the other tribulation you have to do. Breaking yourself shouldn't be tribulation. That should be what you want to do. Serving the body should not be tribulation. That's what you're supposed. That's your due service. There's tribulation on top of that. He's going to be there for you in that tribulation. Read on.
And make fat thy bones.
He's going to give you strength. Read on.
And thou shalt be like a watered garden.
You will have the scriptures and the clarity to overcome any tribulation that you must face. Read on.
And like a spring of water, whose waters fail not.
You'll always have access to strength despite the ebbs and flows and the highs and lows the Most High puts you through. Read on.
And they that shall be of thee shall build the old waste places.
Stop. And what we've read from verse 1 to 11 is what Jonathan and his men already endured. All those wars, all those battles, all those living in the swamps, facing adversity, having their life hanging down over their face. They showed through their conduct that their outlook was pure. They overcome their personal battles. They gave their life to the body. They made sure that the poor was taken care of. The people who were spiritually needed were taken care of. And then after that, their next mission was to build the waste places. What do you think they were doing in Jerusalem? Building Jerusalem back up. Building the nation back up. Building all the Israelite towns and provinces outside of Jerusalem. Now they rebuilt the people and the nation. What I'm showing you earlier is what it takes to actually lead and to actually leave a mark in this life. Too many of us sit back here and just survive day by day with negative outlooks and never reach their potential. You're supposed to get in this book, break yourself, give to the body, and actually make a difference to your nation. If not, what the hell are you doing? You're just wasting your damn time being selfish. If you're going to be selfish, go in the world and be in the street. If it's going to be about selfishness. If you're going to be here, why don't you leave a mark? Why don't you leave an impact? And impact more people than just you and your kid. Why don't you do more than that? Read on.
Thou shalt raise up the foundations of many generations.
He says, isn't this the goal? Now, wives might not have the same impact on the nation as men, but you can have an impact. Now, once you break you and you help the body and you accept the tribulations that come with it, now you can make an impact on your nation. You can rebuild the foundations of future generations. Because that's what else can we do with our life but strengthen the generations to come? But Most High won't even put you in that position if you're too damn selfish to come out of your own head. And if you're too selfish to come out of your head, you won't even be able to deal with your children and help them out, let alone other generations, other families. Read on.
And thou shalt be called the repairer of the breach.
What do you think Jonathan was doing? He was repairing all the breaches, literally in the building in the city of Jerusalem, all around the Israelite cities and towns. He was a repairer of the breaches also. But he couldn't repair the breaches until he repaired his own breaches. And then took the lessons of how he repaired his breaches and showed it to the body. Then he was able to sit back here and take that template and rebuild the nation. And this is what we're supposed to be doing for the Most High, like our predecessors did for us. Or you're going to be selfish and make it about how you feel. Just know that's lame. And if you're going to be that way, just know you're really low level in your motivation and how you carry yourself, despite how smart you think. You're really low level. Read on.
The restorer of paths to dwell in.
That's what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to restore the proper spiritual paths for other people to walk through and learn how to live the right way. Or you're going to be a destroyer of paths. Either you're going to be a repairer of paths, or your example is going to show that it can't be done because you're selfish. So is your example going to show other people that these paths can be followed and lived? Or are you going to be that person that the kids see, man, I don't want to do this. Look at how my mama was wrong. Look at how my daddy was wrong. I don't know if I want to be in Israel. How about that? Your conduct helps to nudge your child to believe that this works or not. Are you going to push? Is your conduct going to give your children confidence to live this way? Or is your crappy conduct going to sit back here and give your children a reason why not to do this? I've seen men and their ribs act so poorly, and their kids say, I don't want to do this Jew thing. Whose fault is that? It's their selfish parents. It's their fault. So are you going to be a selfish parent to give your children fuel as to not live this way? Then you're going to come out of yourself and be a person that can help restore the past for other generations to walk through. Read on.
Verse 13.
No, that's it. I'm leaving it at that. We're going to shut it down at that point. I got more, but I think we're going to leave it there. Imagine we'll point out your Rashalam.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
In the name of Yahweh Shah.
In the name of Yahweh Shah.
Please listen to us right now. Stand by God.
Stand by God.
And the righteous angels.
And the righteous saints.
To watch over.
To watch over.
Bless.
Bless.
Heal. Protect. And make strong.
And make strong.
The people of Yahshua. Also send unto us.
Also send unto us.
Much wisdom.
Much wisdom.
Much knowledge.
Much knowledge.
Much understanding.
Much understanding.
Much patience.
Much patience.
Much faith.
Much faith.
Much brotherhood.
Much brotherhood.
Much love.
And much love.
Spiritual power.
Spiritual power.
Forgive all of our sins.
Forgive all of our sins.
And how shall I come quickly?
How shall I come quickly?
For in thee.
For in thee
Is our hope.
is our hope.
Always.
Always.
Forever.
Forever.
Come on.
Come on.
Brother, how about Shemel Shot?
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the law.
Brother, how about Shemel Shot?
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us light to see.
Brother, how about Shemel Shot?
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the ram horn to call the people.
Brother, how about Shemel Shot?
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10
And
strings.
upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp.
Upon the harp.
With the solemn sound.
With the solemn sound.
For thou, Yahweh,
For thou, Yahweh,
hast made me glad through thy work.
hast made me glad through thy work.
I will triumph.
I will triumph
in the works of thy hands.
in the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh,
O Yahweh,
how great are thy works.
how great is thy work.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
And the brutish man knoweth not.
Neither doth the fool understand this.
Neither does the fool understand it.
When the wicked springeth the grass,
When the wicked springeth the grass.
and when all the works of iniquity do flourish,
And when all the works of iniquity do flourish.
it is that they should be destroyed forever.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
But thou, Yahweh,
But thou, Yahweh,
most high forevermore.
most high forevermore.
For lo, thy enemies,
Below thy enemies.
O Yahweh,
O Yahweh,
for lo, thy enemies
below thy enemies.
shall perish.
Shall perish.
All the works of iniquity
All the works of iniquity
shall be scattered.
shall be scattered.
But my horn shall not exalt,
But my horn shall not exalt.
like the horn of a unicorn.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
I should be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
Mine eye also shall see.
My eye also shall see.
My desire.
My desire.
On my enemies.
On my enemies.
And my ears shall hear.
And my ears shall hear.
My desire.
My desire.
The wicked
Of the wicked.
that rise up against me.
That rises against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like a palm
He
tree.
shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord
shall flourish in the courts of our power.
shall flourish in the courts of our power.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourish,
They shall be fat and flourish.
to show that the Lord is upright.
To show that the Lord is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
There is no unrighteousness in him.
There is no righteousness in him.
By Shem Yahshua.
By Shem Yahshua.
Psalms 133. Señor,
Señor,
I'm Iowa. Lajuwa.
Lajuwa.
Ina. Ma. Sawa. Roma. Nahayam. Shabbat. Akia. Gam. Yafai. Hasuman. Hatuwa. Ayam. Ara'ash. Yerah. Ayam. Hasakwan. Sakwan. Haran. Shayaran. Ayam. Bayam. Manawakiwa. Patel. Haramwa. Shayaran. Ayam. Gloria. Zion. Layah. Shab. Kazuwa. Yahweh. Habaraka. Kayayim. Habalom. Bashem Yahshua.
Psalms 133 in English. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garment, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life evermore. Amen.
Amen. Yahweh Bashem Yahshua.
Yahweh Yahshua.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Bashem.
Yahshua.
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 Raphael.
Yahshua.
Yahshua. Support it.
Yahweh.
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 Bashem.
Bashem.
Yahshua.
Yahshua.
Raphael.
Yahweh.
Yahshua. Support it. Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Bashem.
Bashem.
Yahshua.
Yahshua.
Raphael. Yahshua. Support it. Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Bashem.
Bashem.
Yahshua.
Yahshua.
Raphael. Yahshua. Support it. Rock they ho,
Rock they ho.
rock they ho shot,
Rock they ho shot.
rock they ho,
Rock they ho.
rock they ho shot,
Rock they ho shot.
rock they ho,
Rock they ho.
rock they ho shot,
Rock they ho shot.
rock they ho,
Rock they ho.
rock they ho shot.
Rock they ho shot.
All knowledge,
All knowledge.
all wisdom,
All
all
wisdom.
understanding,
All understanding.
all mercy,
All mercy.
all patience,
All patience.
all long-suffering,
All long-suffering.
all love,
All love.
all power,
All power.
and hope,
Yeah.
all power,
All power.
and hope,
Yeah.
all power,
All power.
and hope.
Is right.
By Hashem,
Hashem.
Yahshua,
Yahshua.
the one,
One.
and Yah,
The Yah.
one. The glove.
Saluting out in the heavenly order. Yahweh, O Yahushua, O Yahshua, Middle Israel, Monday. Rook.
Yahweh Bashem Yahshua. Rock up.
Come in, son.
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 Top. Turn your face, sisters. This is Christian. Mom Shabbat. Saluting out the daughters of Zion, men of Israel, Monday. Rock.
Yes, Machado. Dismiss. Hold on. Israel and Martin, tune it in. See y'all on Monday, all right? Shalom.